In an attempt to keep us grounded on Earth, he called his account science fiction. Nevertheless, in the guise of such fiction, the imagination is the first pioneer. Science and technology then follow, building concrete steps for all to climb. The imagination is an unbounded traveler, often returning with surprising souvenirs to lure successive generations of adventurers. To the stars we once visited only in our dreams, and in our imagination, we now send rockets and spacecraft. A psychic probing of outer space. In December 1973, Pioneer 10's observations about the planet Jupiter began to reach NASA scientists, who were millions of miles away on Earth. Some of its observations contradicted astronomers' long-held assumptions about this revered planet. Pioneer 10's discoveries came as no surprise, however, to two men who had seen Jupiter 9 months earlier. In an experiment organized by the Stanford Research Institute, two gifted psychics, Ingo Swann and Harold Sherman, traveled psychically to Jupiter, while scientists recorded their impressions. Swann was in California, Sherman in Arkansas. Their impressions were amazingly similar to each other, and opposed to scientific speculation, both visualized a deadly radiation ring around Jupiter and an upper atmosphere of colorful frozen crystals. They said that the planet itself was very warm, but was whipped by violent windstorms. Pioneer 10's data later contradicted the scientists' speculation and confirmed the amazing accuracy of the atmospheric observations of Swann and Sherman, our first psychic astronauts. About a year later, they repeated their feat on a visit to Mercury. Again, they gave similar reports on what they had seen. Moreover, when the data from NASA's Mariner 10 space probe began to reach Earth from Mercury, it contradicted conventional scientific speculation and confirmed the psychic's observations. Scientists had assumed that Mercury was too hot to support an atmosphere and that it revolved too slowly to have a magnetic field. But the two psychics sensed a thin atmosphere as well as a magnetic field. Another astounding correspondence between the reports of the psychics and the data from Mariner 10 was the discovery of a helium tail coming out of Mercury and heading away from the Sun. In To Kiss Earth Goodbye, Swann describes the excitement he felt when newspapers printed descriptions of Mercury that were much like his own psychic impressions. Can you imagine traveling psychically to another planet? How do you imagine that these two psychics made the trip? Words like travel, of course, suggest physical movement. Swann describes the psychic probe into outer space as an experiment in out-of-body travel, suggesting psychic movement through space. In an out-of-body experience, our consciousness appears to leave our physical body. We may see our body lying motionless below. In this extremely liberated state, travel to distant places is possible. Is this what Swann did? Perhaps. Instead of traveling, Swann expanded the range of his awareness beyond the bounds of his body and near vicinity to include the distant planets. Or perhaps he saw into the future and examined the reports of the NASA spacecraft as they were analyzed by scientists. Either interpretation assumes a considerable psychic feat, yet how we imagine the operation of psychic awareness will prove quite important. Become an instant psychic. Imagine, if you will, that you can take a pill that will make you instantly psychic. Suddenly, you are able to experience the world from the point of view of people nearby. You know their thoughts, feel their feelings. What would that be like? In a study conducted by Charles Tart, a PhD, a psychology professor at the University of California at Davis, and a longtime researcher of psychic phenomena, a group of college students and residents of a community in California were asked to contemplate taking such a pill. Their reactions were mostly negative. The most frequently expressed worry concerned lack of control. People were afraid of becoming overloaded, of being continually bombarded with information from other people's minds. One person thought that he would pick up on other people's dreams and not be able to sleep. Many expressed concern about such negative side effects as being driven crazy by the experience and needing to retreat to a place of solitude. Others worried about being confused, not knowing how to tell whose thoughts they were getting, or even worse, not being able to distinguish their own thoughts from those of others. That possibility was particularly scary. Have you ever walked into a room full of people and felt the bad vibes in the room? During meetings at work, for example, you can tell that something is wrong. People are upset. Something is not right. That's almost like mind reading. Would you like to know more? To be even more psychic in a situation like that? What would that be like? The following imaginary account of a mind-reading experience, inspired by Dr. Tart's pill, illustrates what might happen. I look over at Martha and I begin to feel her anger. Now, I can also hear her thoughts, the cursing and the accusations that are going through her mind. As I tune in more closely, I feel the frustration behind the anger, the hurt feelings and the disappointment. I also experience some of her memories and understand the personal context that is making this frustration so important at this particular meeting. The patterns in her life, how she dealt with frustrations and anger in the past, and how her self-esteem was affected by frustrations, all this flashes into my mind. I also tune into her body. Her heart is pounding faster, and I can feel the heart pressing against the resistance in the arteries that are clogged with cholesterol. I can sense her blood pressure rising. I get an image that, somewhere down the road, a heart attack is in store for her as a result of the food she eats and her patterns of frustration and anger. My heart goes out to her, and I wish that she could relax. But I also sense her fear. Relaxing at this moment would seem threatening. She doesn't want to lower her defenses, so she feels trapped in her cage of anger and resentment. I know all this and more in a split second. My eyes move to Bob sitting next to Martha. I can see what his life is like and how it affects him in this meeting. But just then, Fred begins to speak, and the tone of his voice expresses volumes of information. In the pitch and the rhythm of his speech, I can sense his nervousness and his attempt to take control of a sticky situation. From the tentativeness of the words, I can hear how he is attempting to deal with stress. So, while I am looking at Martha's face and seeing her life unfold before me, I am also experiencing the sounds of Fred's voice, and his life is also unfolding before me. It is a bit confusing, to say the least. I want to regain some focus, as I have my own business to bring up and feelings to express about this meeting. But with all this other information I'm getting about the people in the room, I know that I will feel the impact of my own behaviors and viewpoints upon their goals, desires, and feelings. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to process all this and still function at my own job. I'm going to try to tune out some of the noise and focus on my own objectives. Okay? This person feels overwhelmed and confused. Concentrating so much on the feelings of other people makes it difficult to stay in touch with his own thoughts and goals. Fortunately, he is making an attempt to take control by focusing the gift and turning down some of the input. Knowing what the other people at the meeting are thinking and feeling tends to inhibit action and makes the person a bit more cautious, less willing to do what is in his own self-interest. Such a concern for others could be a deterrent to the competitive spirit. A telepathic connection to people around you would certainly affect your relationship with them. Almost half the people in Dr. Tart's study expressed some doubt about their ability to handle such telepathic information maturely. What if they heard thoughts that they weren't supposed to know? Would they be able to resist taking advantage of someone whose thoughts they knew? What if they heard unkind thoughts about themselves, things that hurt their feelings, things they wish they hadn't heard? What would they do then? One man confessed to having a lot of nasty, mean, selfish thoughts. Thoughts that might cause him to be rejected or to become the target of ridicule should other people become aware of them. It feels good to be loved in spite of our negative aspects, he said. But he wasn't so sure that he would be able to love people no matter what they were thinking. Others confided a similar worry. They wouldn't want their own thoughts read, and were not so sure that it was fair to read someone else's thoughts. To some, it seemed like an invasion of privacy. Others were concerned with encountering thoughts that might prove troublesome or upsetting. Mind reading could lead to concern over what other people think, which is already a problem for many people. Some people had positive responses as well, although they were less specific. Dr. Tutt pointed out that the most frequently mentioned positive remark was that mind reading would be interesting, or something similarly vague. The most specific positive reaction was that mind reading might improve communication through increased empathy. One person suggested that by reading other people's thoughts, you could come up with a lot of ideas that you'd never think of yourself. You'd be a genius in no time. Are you surprised at the results of the survey or sympathetic with the concerns? It is interesting that the people in the study were more likely to imagine negative consequences than positive ones, and to describe them in such vivid terms. Clearly, the negative side of psychic awareness seemed more real to them than the positive side. This response could have been due to the way the proposition was worded, of course, but this study is not the only source of evidence available that points to a fear of ESP. The fear seems to be real. In the course of this book, as we develop our psychic awareness, we will examine the sources of these fears and learn an approach that will help to overcome them. Few people in Dr. Tutt's study had much to say about the positive use of psychic awareness. Instead, they envisioned themselves as passive victims of unscreened information. Perhaps it was because the ability was thrust upon them suddenly, with no time to prepare themselves for a new way of experiencing the world. Unfair as it may seem, psychic ability can appear in just that way. Consider the case of Peter Herkos. Peter, a Dutch house painter, was a member of the Netherlands' underground resistance to the Nazis during World War II. In his autobiography, Psychic, he describes how one day he fell from his ladder 30 feet to the ground. As he fell, his life flashed before his eyes. The last thing he remembers is the cry, "I don't want to die." The next thing he knew, he was in a hospital. The doctor told him that it was a miracle he had survived such a severe head injury. Later that day, Peter noticed another patient in a bed nearby. To his astonishment, he found that he knew all about this man. But he was a stranger. How was it possible? When the nurse examined Peter, he discovered that he knew things about her. When another patient said goodbye and wished him well, Peter found he was overcome with fear for him. He blurted out a warning to be careful. Peter shouted out that the man was a British agent and had been found out by the Germans and was to be killed. 2 days later, the man was killed. Peter was confused by these impressions, which had come spontaneously with the conviction of truth. When he went home 4 months later, he hid in his room with his curse, refusing to come out. He was bombarded with visual impressions that made him very quiet and very afraid. He was finally drawn out by an inexplicable urge to read the Bible. He realized there wasn't one in the house, and he had to go out and buy one. As he read, he began to feel better about his condition. He found that his power was increasing and also troubling him less. He discovered that he had what he terms the power of faith. He decided to go out and rejoin his colleagues in the underground movement. There he found he could turn his curse into a gift. By aiding in the war effort in a unique way, one of his first accomplishments was to identify Nazi spies within the underground community. After the war, he developed his psychic ability to solve crimes and locate missing people. Psychics view their ability. Being able to relate his psychic ability to biblical stories helped Peter Herkos to conceive of it as the power of faith. Being able to put his psychic ability to good use made it possible for him to value his gift and to develop it further. Like the subjects in Dr. Tutt's survey, Peter was confronted with the sudden appearance of acute psychic sensitivity. Just as the subjects imagined, Peter experienced himself as an overwhelmed victim of an ability he could not control. Only when he developed a new perspective on his psychic gift, which gave him a sense of purpose and the ability to direct it towards specific goals, was it possible for Peter to have positive feelings about psychic awareness. In Many Voices, the autobiography of a medium, the psychic Eileen Garrett described how she too wondered about the nature of her ability and its source. Her psychic ability appeared suddenly at a séance she was attending. She spontaneously went into a trance and a spirit spoke through her. People seemed to be helped by what the spirits that spoke through her offered. She spent the rest of her life investigating the nature of her psychic ability. Near the end of her life, she realized that she most valued her psychic gift, just because of what it taught her about her true inner nature. Researchers Artemis Awakens. Edgar Cayce was also an involuntary psychic, and he struggled against his gift until he realized that it could help people. The human side to his story is well told in Thomas Segru's biography, There is a River. Cayce had lost his voice because of a paralysis of his throat muscles. After seeking treatments by several doctors and being diagnosed as incurable, he tried hypnosis. Under hypnosis, Cayce spoke in a normal voice. In one session, he diagnosed the condition himself and developed a cure. Hearing of this accomplishment, someone asked Cayce if he could, under hypnosis, diagnose and prescribe a cure for their daughter, whom doctors had not been able to treat. Cayce tried it and was successful. For some time, Cayce was suspicious of his sleeping talent, afraid that it might be a sign of devilish influences. Although he didn't like being a freak, the fact that he seemed to be able to help people with their problems finally convinced him that he should persist in his efforts. All his life, however, he questioned the source of this ability and its meaning. In some of his trances, he was asked about his psychic ability. The information that came helped him to bridge the gap between his down-to-earth, traditional Christian belief system and the infinite riches that seemed to lie dormant within his unconscious. Thus, his psychic awareness led him on an investigation into greater self-realization. It was that search for the meaning of his psychic gift that provides the basis of this book. When we study the lives and insights of other psychics, as Cayce suggested we do, we discover a common theme. It is this, that psychic ability is best used not for personal profit, but to help others and to learn more about oneself. Students of psychic ability express their fears. It is not just the gifted and accomplished psychics who confront doubts and fears concerning their psychic ability. Ordinary people who deliberately set out to develop psychic ability, even under experienced guidance, also run into such obstacles. Consider, for example, the results of another study by Dr. Tart. In this study, Dr. Tart interviewed people involved in a psychic development training seminar. They were students of Helen Palmer, a professional psychic in Berkeley, California, who is so much in demand that her waiting list for appointments is over a year long. Her students had primarily positive feelings about their psychic development, but when they were questioned concerning their fears, they shared a number of revealing observations. Most were concerned about opening up to the unknown. They feared a loss of control and worried about becoming possessed or taken over by an outside influence. Many feared losing control of their life in general and asked, "Will I ever be able to get back to normal?" As the psychic opens to other realities, things can get confusing. Previous bases of security can be threatened. Knowing what is real and what is not real is very important to one's sense of stability. Once familiar boundaries no longer provide secure comfort, yet the psychic still has to live in the consensual world, what we call the real world. And sometimes a psychic is afraid of getting hurt by being so open. The feeling of being different can create a sense of isolation, and the inability to communicate their experience, or sensing that their communications frighten other people, can further alienate psychics. Psychics typically perform services for others, and this activity brings up other fears concerning loss of control, for example, having to depend upon other people for validation. Am I crazy, or does my reading seem meaningful to you? And not always getting it. When other people are critical or skeptical, it can create confusion and self-doubt for the psychic. Art. It is frightening to realize that one depends for validation upon people whose own problems prevent them from recognizing the validity of one's psychic information. End quote. Interacting with people on such an intimate level can raise other control issues. The psychic may be concerned about becoming contaminated with the other person's problems, getting sick or emotionally upset. This concern forces the psychic toward continual self-examination and self-development. It is the work of the psychic worldwide. In addition to concerns about control, psychic ability raises issues of power, ethics, and evil. Feeling people's negative thoughts toward you stimulates a desire to respond in kind, but powerful energies are involved. It can be frightening and tiresome. Exploring the outer edges of familiar reality can be scary even for those who are accustomed to doing so. It involves a transformation of self that makes it a grow or perish situation. As one psychic put it, you don't work on yourself in order to become a better psychic reader. You work on being a psychic reader in order to work on yourself. In examining these statements from developing psychics, we can first note the repetition of the concern about loss of control that we encountered with the subjects who were simply imagining what it might be like to be psychic. Perhaps their imagination tuned into something real. Second, we can notice the concern about being different or seeming weird or frightening to others. These concerns express a feeling of loneliness. In his autobiography, Ingo Swann wrote, "I have never said it before, but as awareness begins to become less dependent on sensory perceptions and one begins to be aware of other magnitudes, it is possible to come to the threshold of a type of loneliness native to the psychic state. It is a brand of loneliness characterized by a sort of beautiful sadness. One can sense that all beings probably experience it at one time or another. Some are fascinated by this. Others recoil and refuse to hear about it. This special loneliness seems to have many levels of emotion within it, and in art as well as life, it can be dramatized through many artificial conditions, through sex, food, thinking, all the things some people do in excess to try to hide the beautiful sadness of their intuitive loneliness. To simply know or be familiar with oneself and others as bodies is not enough to many people. Yet, to reach out, mentally, emotionally, or psychically, to touch the being of others always seems a risky business, because the searcher himself collides with the wall of loneliness. People aware of themselves as more than mere physical bioelectrical systems, aware of more than just eating, fornicating, aging, and dying bodies, run headlong into the isolation imposed upon them as a result of the obiter dictum that holds that if a person feels he is more than just body, he is wrong. Ingo learned early in life not to share his experiences with others. In his youth, he made a conscious decision to stop the traveling he had grown to love so much, and gradually his psychic facility faded into the background. It wasn't until he was an adult, living in a community that was interested in psychic phenomena, that he allowed it to re-emerge. Accounts of children who were taught that their psychic perceptions were wrong are fairly common. These children soon learn to suppress their awareness in order to avoid criticism, scorn, and rejection. A third concern expressed by the psychics in Tart's study is fear of contamination. As the boundaries between the psychic and other people are reduced, the psychic begins to want some way to keep the other person out. Edgar Cayce experienced this problem. Those who were around him on a daily basis learned how their moods would invariably affect him, much to their chagrin and embarrassment. His associates served as buffers for Mr. Cayce. They kept the people who came to him for help at a distance, so that he would not be affected by their moods. Harmon Bro, in Edgar Cayce's On Religion and Psychic Experience, observed that although Cayce was a compassionate and caring person, he nevertheless often engaged people in only light conversations, or entertained them with stories, as a means of keeping himself from being affected by their moods. Here he had developed a means of controlling the fact that the boundary between him and others was very weak. Finally, note Tart's concluding observations. Developing psychic awareness involves some sort of transformation of self. The psychics decided that if they were going to survive it, they should look at it as a means of personal growth. Although it is very important to consider what you will do with your psychic ability, it seems even more important to consider first what the ability will do with you. The value of Edgar Cayce's approach to the development of psychic awareness. Developing psychic abilities can indeed take us into ponderous situations: loss of control, loss of a stable sense of self, loss of secure boundaries between yourself and the people around you, loss of limits on your sense of power, and loss of confidence in what is reality. These are no small matters. What will replace the sense of lost control? If the old self-concept is lost, what concept of self will replace it? If boundaries between you and others are dissolved, how will you discriminate between what is right for you and the needs of others? If you discover new, unlimited power within yourself, what will you do with your negative feelings? If you cannot trust reality, what can you trust? In the face of such concerns, which arise naturally during the development of psychic awareness, the perspective offered by the Edgar Cayce readings promises comfort, security, and a positive direction. To begin, it might be helpful to compare what you imagine it is like to be psychic with the vision of psychic ability provided by Cayce. Psychic awareness seems, at first, way out of normal experience. As much as we might like such a gift, it nevertheless seems to be an oddity, like the awesome powers of the cartoon superheroes. Cayce, on the other hand, would have us stretch our imagination to realize that psychic awareness is part of our natural endowment. It is an ability that has been forgotten and needs to be remembered, not something new that needs to be added. We are already psychic. We use our psychic ability daily, although only minimally and usually unconsciously. Learning to use our psychic abilities in a conscious manner can help us, not only in daily life, but to awaken to our true identity as companions of the Creator. As you begin to become conscious of psychic awareness, your self-identity will change. The fear described by the psychics is a signal from your old self, warning you that your accustomed identity is being threatened. Psychic awareness, imagined from the point of view of your normal identity, is inherently frightening, for it threatens to extinguish that identity. Before we try to develop conscious psychic awareness, Cayce would have us first prepare ourselves to accept a new identity. He would have us develop an awareness of our spiritual identity, one that is based on non-material, infinite, and eternal components, to supplement our personal identity, which is fixed within the body. It is much easier for a consciousness rooted in a spiritual identity that exists beyond the constraints of time and space to accept the functioning of psychic ability as a natural talent. Not only does such a shift in identity make psychic functioning more natural, but it provides us with other needed benefits as well. Being psychic means that the boundaries we have set up between ourselves and others will fall. We have seen how scary that can be. Cayce suggests that when we prepare to become psychically aware, we think about the nature of our relationships with other people. If we can identify with our spiritual being, we will realize that we are intimately connected at the spiritual level with all other beings. At that level, there are no boundaries. We then discover that we are not alone in this world, not cut off from nature and the people around us. Boundaries protect us, but we pay for that protection. Many of us experience anxieties as we wonder how we will survive the threats to our existence, our livelihood, our concept of who we are and what we need in this competitive world. It's hard to grow up and have to learn what you need to know and do in order to survive. The world expects so much of us. There is so much to learn, and we have to work so hard to compete for what we want. Realizing our spiritual identity and the psychic awareness that comes with it can put an end to such worries. It shows us that we already have all we need within ourselves, life itself, with the Creator as its source and being. The issue of loss of control, which figures so largely in Dr. Tart's studies, becomes less of an issue. Trust in life replaces a need to be in control. It is much like what happens to people who undergo a near-death experience. In these cases, through an accident or surgery, the person comes close to death or perhaps is even clinically dead for a few minutes. Many people who go through such an experience report encountering intense light, meeting loving spirits, and getting a glimpse of a heavenly existence. Returning reluctantly to the land of the living, these people find that they no longer fear death. Consequently, they no longer fear life, but can accept it and love it more fully. Often, as in the case of the woman portrayed in the movie Resurrection, they return with psychic abilities. Psychic awareness, in the manner Cayce would have us develop it, is meaningfully approached as a path of spiritual growth, of enlargement of the self-concept to include experiences that will help us to feel more alive, more in touch with others, more a part of life, an eternal part of a process that cannot be destroyed. In that context, our ethics and values change, and our approach to life changes. We undergo a radical transformation of our lives. In this way, we can gain the same benefits of a near-death experience without having to have a close brush with death. Loving others, being concerned for their welfare, and wanting to serve them, these altruistic attitudes appear more spontaneous and natural and less like moral injunctions, more like wants and less like shoulds. Such a shift in attitude alleviates fears about the ethical implications of psychic ability. It is much easier to handle telepathic intimacy when we feel loving toward others than when we are suspicious or afraid. Love replaces the need for power. Preparing the way by building a proper foundation ensures that the development of psychic awareness becomes a natural expression of an enlightened consciousness, one that is willing, ready, and able to fulfill the purpose of this dimension of life. To our ordinary personality, psychic awareness is like having a tiger by the tail. To a personality that has realized the reality of its spiritual being, psychic awareness is a natural expression of transpersonal consciousness. Psychic ability becomes not an end in itself, not a quest for power, and ultimately a tremendous burden. Instead, it is a means of self-realization, of developing true individuality, of living life more fully, more creatively, and more in harmony with all the blessings we can share. Now, to be able to imagine that, 2. ONS, the psychic consciousness. Edgar Cayce's approach to developing psychic ability can be expressed in this very simple formula: live the life of oneness. That is a tall order, but so is the goal: to be able to experience psychic awareness in its most natural and perfect expression, universal consciousness. Cayce, a down-to-earth and practical man, knew that such a statement as live the life of oneness takes us in too many directions at once. How can we know where to start? When Cayce was asked that question by a small group of people who wanted to become psychic, he gave them the answer one step at a time. He required them to apply each step and make it a part of their daily lives before going on to the next step. In Chapter 11, we will go over all the steps, but for now it will be simpler to begin at the beginning. The first step is this: learn to cooperate. This may sound too easy to be useful, but it is profound in its simplicity. Cooperation means operating in coordination with others. To learn to cooperate is to make our behavior in harmony with a very basic level of the reality of oneness. Rather than to insist on my way, cooperation builds the consciousness of oneness and makes it real by expressing it. Our opportunities to choose cooperation are endless, and the choices that we make at such moments are usually quite revealing of our attitude toward oneness. Learning to cooperate as a means of developing psychic ability might seem irrelevant, too minor a step, or too slow. I certainly know that feeling. It's hard to be patient. I want psychic ability now. I want to learn a technique that will give me instant telepathic impressions. Or maybe it reminds you of your youth, when you wanted to learn about sex but were told about love instead. That's great, you may have thought, but what about doing it? It probably wasn't until some years later, after doing it a lot, that you began to appreciate how sex really is about love and making love. In the same way, psychic awareness really is about the consciousness of oneness, and cooperation is a good place to begin. Author Lawrence Lashan agrees. In his theoretical analysis of psychic phenomena, from Newton to ESP, He concludes that people who have a cooperative relationship will be the most likely to experience extrasensory perception, ESP, between them. You will find an experiment in cooperation that has consistently provided useful psychic results in the final chapter of this book. By that time, you'll have the tools to try the experiment yourself. Cayce once compared the training of psychic ability to the training of a prize fighter. He pointed out that to make a good prize fighter, you certainly would not settle for simple muscle building or simply teaching the person how to throw a punch. You would have to train the whole person, for it is the person who will use the specific techniques. The personality of the prize fighter has a big effect on his effectiveness in the ring. On the other hand, it would take an awfully big and powerful man to survive as a fighter who had no skills. Being successful requires both the development of the person and the training of skills. For example, the most general level would be to train the fighter's personality, to be patient, to control anger, and to persevere. When we train psychic ability, we need to work on such personality traits as cooperation, empathy, and loving respect for others. The next level for the fighter would be to train for stamina and coordination, for which exercises such as jogging and jumping rope are helpful. In developing psychic ability, meditation helps to open us up to a new style of consciousness. Then the fighter would need to learn what stance to take, not just his arms and legs, but how psychologically to face an opponent, what strategies to use, and so on. Similarly, when we learn psychic ability, we need to learn how to recognize subtle feelings and imagery, and to be able to recall dreams. Finally, the fighter would get specific instructions: how to throw a particular punch, how to effect certain blocks, how to move in and out of positions. In the same way, there are many specific techniques for developing and using psychic ability, which you will learn in later chapters. When Cayce begins with oneness as the first principle, and mentions cooperation as a good way to practice it, he is giving us a general orientation at both the philosophical and practical levels. In the same way, a street fighter who aspires to the ring might have to learn the meaning of professionalism, to learn not to take certain things personally and not to let his ego get in the way. Honesty as the first principle. Imagine you have no head. That's right, look at the world around you, but pretend that you have no head. Imagine that your body stops at your shoulders. You are no longer seeing with your eyes or your rational mind. Let the world you see take the place of your head. Now, the world is your head. This odd experiment in entering an altered state of consciousness comes from D.E. Harding's book on meditation, on having no head, and is meant to help us experience the world in a new way. Practice it a bit. As you look about, try to pay attention to the fact that even though you have no head, you still have awareness of the world. Where is that awareness? Can you locate it? The situation will seem to change from the normal state of "I have awareness" to "awareness is." Welcome to the reality of awareness, of mind at large. As you forget about your head, you open up out into the world, and the world joins you and becomes you. You are still aware of individual objects, the single flower, the squirrels, but each is somehow connected to you, for the world is no longer blocked off from you by your head. Ordinarily, we each perceive ourselves as separate from the world, and so we are free and can walk about within the world. This feels good, but it has a downside. When you see yourself as separate, you'll experience yourself as a single and separate life that needs protection in order to survive. You become alienated from the world by that sense of separateness. But when you experience yourself as having no head, as having the world as your head, you and the world are somehow connected. You can experience yourself as one with the world. Cayce repeatedly expressed his concept of oneness in his readings. All and everything is as one. When he emphasized the law of oneness, he was reiterating what is known as the perennial philosophy, a term invented by Gottfried Leibniz, the inventor of calculus, and made popular by Aldous Huxley in his book of the same title. The perennial philosophy is the core message of all religions. Behind all the diverse, visible manifestations of the world, there lies a unitary supreme being. That art thou. According to the perennial philosophy, all of creation is interconnected. Although everything appears to be separate, there really are no separate entities. Each is an inherent part of the whole. For example, each ocean wave appears to be a separate thing, but waves are in fact passing expressions of the ocean. Each wave is one with the ocean. Behind appearances lies a unitary reality, a supreme being. The supreme being is considered to be visible and immanent, and at the same time invisible and transcendent. This can be a bit confusing to comprehend if we approach it on a rational level. According to the perennial philosophy, consciousness and the material world, or inner and outer, are one and the same. The supreme being, or kingdom of God, is within you as well as outside of you. We commonly think of life as being made of mind and matter, but mind and matter are in fact two aspects of the same one reality. That reality is you. You are that creation, that all-in-oneness called life. At the very least, the perennial philosophy suggests that there is more to you than you might suspect, based solely on your sensory impressions of the world around you. We can find the principle of oneness in the Judeo-Christian Bible, where Jesus says, "The first commandment is, Hear, Zero Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. The second is this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these." Mark 12:29-31. Typically, the statement, "the Lord is one," is taken to mean that there is only one God, or one creator. That is certainly one of the meanings. But it can also mean that all of creation is one, and that one is God. Rather than imagine God as a being who lives up in the sky, imagine God as an infinitely large being, and the earth and all its inhabitants as one atom in God's body. However, the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself is usually taken to mean be good to others as you would like them to be good to you. As you want to be loved, love others. If you want respect, show the other person respect. In other words, the best way to treat someone else is the way you would like to be treated yourself. The golden rule. A deeper understanding is that your neighbor is yourself. If creation is one supreme being, then everything in creation is a piece of that being. The concept of oneness may seem strange at first, but it is essential to the understanding of psychic ability. As we go on, we'll see some evidence that the perennial philosophy is perhaps more than a philosophy. It may just be the way things are, which makes psychic ability a natural part of the real world. Ecology. Onesis in nature. Ecology is a modern concept that reflects the image of unity in creation. We hear a lot about ecology these days in terms of pollution, the extinction of various species of wildlife, the sustainability of life on Earth. Ecology defines all living systems as interdependent. One organism's input depends upon another's output. Thus, animal life needs oxygen and gives off carbon dioxide, whereas plant life needs carbon dioxide and gives off oxygen. Ecology also holds that the various life systems are interconnected. If you change one element, you will change them all, setting in motion a chain reaction. Almost too late are we realizing the implications of this fundamental ecological principle. For example, we kill insects we don't like with sprays. The chemicals get into the earth and poison the food chain. Without those insects, certain other insects thrive beyond nature's intention, while certain birds are cut off from their food and die off. With fewer birds to carry seeds to other parts of the country, pollination is threatened and fewer plants reproduce. Crop yields are affected, and farmers frantically add more amendments to the soil. The quality of the soil is affected and trees fail to thrive. With fewer trees around, more homes are exposed to the sun and there is more need for air conditioning. When freon gas leaks out of air conditioners, it rises into the upper atmosphere, where it destroys the ozone layer. With the ozone layer diminished, more of the sun's harmful radiation penetrates to Earth, making life less livable. And so on. The planet's life system, in all its interdependent parts, functions as a whole. According to geochemist James Lovelock, whose book Gaia, A New Look at Life on Earth has been highly influential in this regard, the Earth is a living entity. Thinking about ecology is a good beginning toward being able to imagine the concept of oneness. It's an especially good image because of its connotations of respect for the Earth. The image of ecology prompts us to feel concern and respect for everything on the planet, the same sort of reverence implied by the perennial philosophy, and the same attitude Cayce has in mind for us as we begin to explore psychic ability. Cayce's approach to ESP is definitely not value-free, but has its foundation in respect for the oneness of all life. Quantum physics discovers oneness. When physicists began to look deep within the atom, they set off a chain of discoveries that have totally transformed our view of the world, of creation, even of reality, and the relationship between consciousness and the material world. Recently, some fascinating books on the subject have been published. Fritjof Capra's The Tao of Physics and Gary Zukav's The Dancing Wu Li Masters, an overview of the new physics, among others. The titles of both books refer to Eastern metaphysics for a good reason. Modern Western physics has shown reality to be much more like that described in Eastern mysticism than we previously believed. Let's look at some of these major scientific findings that pertain to the reality of oneness. First of all, at the subatomic level, things actually almost disappear. The things appear to be not solid, but transitory concentrations of energy. Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc2, which equates mass, material, with energy, proves to manifest in a situation where thingness practically disappears. Instead, energy patterns seem to involve probabilities that the energy will coalesce into a thing at a particular location at a particular time. The thing referred to is not an object, as we normally think of it, but a standing wave. A standing wave is a wave that is apparently stationary, but is in fact created by the coming together of two waves traveling in opposite directions. The word wave is a noun, and thus suggests an object. But in fact, it describes a process. Thus, one of the discoveries of modern physics is that things dissolve into patterns of waves of energy. So, creation, or reality, is not a collection of things, but a dance of energy patterns. It is the same body of energy, appearing in different patterns. Not only is everything on Earth interconnected, everything is really the same thing, energy moving about and taking different forms. And that is one way to begin to imagine what is meant by the oneness that lies behind visible creation. In mysticism and metaphysics, energy is frequently a synonym for God. According to the perennial philosophy, you are the whole of creation. Your consciousness and the reality out there are one. Modern physics has also discovered that dimension of oneness. The beginning of this discovery was Heisenberg's indeterminacy principle, or uncertainty principle. At first, this principle seemed to be a straightforward limitation of the mechanisms of science, but it has led to even more paradoxes about the nature of reality and consciousness. Heisenberg's principle refers to the fact that in order to see a subatomic particle, one must shine light on it. That light is itself made up of particle waves. When the light waves hit the particle you want to look at, it bumps the particle, thus moving it. When the light bounces off the particle to return to the observer's eye, and the observer sees the particle has moved for having been seen. As a result, the observer cannot be certain as to the exact location of the observed particle. The source of the uncertainty is that the observer affects the observed. Consciousness, then, is not an innocent witness, but affects that which it becomes conscious of. As physicists explore more deeply into this puzzle, it becomes even more puzzling, since the effect of consciousness itself seems to play a key role in creating reality. As physicist Sir Arthur Eddington put it, the stuff of the world is mind stuff. We are not able to see reality per se, but what we experience is the result of our approach to observing it. Some go so far as to say that there is no reality beyond that which our consciousness creates. This dimension of oneness, although familiar to the mystic and metaphysician, has proved to be one of the most radical results of modern subatomic physics. Cayce also provided several images of the workings of creation that seem to have anticipated the findings of quantum physics. In particular, he described the rotary forces within the atom as being of primary importance, a concept that proves important in one of the recent discoveries of physics. It will also play a role later in this book, when we explore Cayce's concept of the glandular system as a receiver of psychic energy. Modern physics has discovered that the underlying unity of consciousness and matter has a very special dynamic property. Between its various parts, there can be instantaneous communication over vast distances, faster than the speed of light. The experiment involved observing the spin on a subatomic particle, the rotary force deep within. As we have seen, the act of making an observation affects the results. In this case, the spin on a particle depends upon how you observe it. Potentially, its spin can be along any axis. But once the observer chooses one axis to consider, the spin is observed to be around that axis, going either up or down, counterclockwise. In certain situations, particles are emitted in pairs, and it is found that they have opposite spin. No matter what axis is chosen as a basis for measurement for the first particle of the pair, once its spin is measured along that chosen axis, the other particle of the pair will be found to be spinning along the same axis, but with opposite spin. And Einstein proposed separating a pair of particles that are spinning in opposite directions. Years later, when the experiment was carried out, it was discovered that the spin link between the two particles was instantaneously maintained, even over great distances. It would seem that some form of extrasensory communication exists between subatomic particles. Most physicists have not been willing to concede that this is a form of ESP, but grappling with this surprising phenomenon has led them to propose profoundly mystical models of the nature of reality. Thus, quantum physics has come upon the mystery of oneness, as expressed in the perennial philosophy. Before the advent of subatomic physics, it was hard for Western minds to imagine in any concrete fashion the meaning of oneness. But now we have specific scientific findings upon which to fix the imagination. Some have cautioned that the results of quantum physics do not prove the perennial philosophy. Yet these results have certainly confounded our normal view of the world and made the concept of oneness seem less far-fetched, less mystical, and more grounded in reality. An experiment in awareness. Perhaps the phrase, "that art thou," can now take on new meaning for us. Let's take off our heads and contemplate this for a moment. The world is you, and all the world is God. You, then, are the world. As another saying has it, "Be still and know, I am God." That is said to be the voice of the I Am presence within us, the God that is within us. You might object, saying you are not as big and powerful as God, that to think such a thing is the opposite of religious humility. But don't think about it. Experience it. Let the still, small voice speak to you. When we think about it, our little self takes a hold of that concept and says, "Who me? I am God?" But the perennial philosophy is not addressed to your little self, but to the larger self that dwells within. To get a better feeling for that larger self, perhaps to reacquaint yourself with it, consider the following exercise. Visualize a word or a picture in your mind. Focus on it. Don't let it change. Don't let your mind wander. As you fix your attention on this inner image, you will notice that your mind occasionally wanders in spite of your intentions, and you leave your focus to think about other things. If you were observant, you could say to yourself, "Now I am thinking of this, something else. Now my focus has changed." Most times, however, the change in focus or straying of concentration happens and continues for a while before you become aware of it. Also, as you try to keep focused on that single image or word, you'll notice that it changes, transforms into something else, moves around, or does anything but remain perfectly still and constant. Keep trying to fix your attention on that one image or word and don't let it change. As you do so, you will become aware that the I that is trying this experiment is not the only life within you. There must be some other source of will that distracts your attention or changes the object on which you are trying to focus. In spite of your efforts to fix your attention, another will changes things around. When you realize that you are not single-minded, make the effort to dominate the situation, to keep your attention riveted to an unchanging focus. You will become aware that it takes an effort, that it is somewhat of a struggle. You can only succeed for a few moments at a time, and it is tiring. Now become aware that there is more inside you than simply your sense of I that is trying to stay focused on that image, and that other that keeps things changing. Yes, there is that struggle between what seems like two parts, but in the background is another awareness, an observer who has recorded all that happened. It was aware, simply aware. It engaged in no struggle, it took no sides. It felt no frustration as the focus was lost. It felt no relief as the focus was surrendered. It had no feelings, but it took it all in. You can feel it there, sense it, as a background awareness. Some have called it the fair witness or the silent witness, and some call it pure awareness. If you tune into it, if you can sense the quality of its awareness, perhaps you will feel something familiar about it. Yes, it was there during the entire experiment. Even though you weren't always aware of it, was always aware, you can sense that. Perhaps you can also sense that is a more permanent part of you, a more unchanging part than is the I part that tries to direct things, or of the parts of you that you wish to direct. It is simply awareness. That awareness is a more appropriate candidate to respond to the word I in the statement, "Be still and know I am God." That awareness is closer to what is being addressed as thou in the statement, "That art thou." When you address that awareness and tell it that it is one with the I of God, the awareness doesn't grab onto the idea and run with it, entertaining all sorts of fantasies about its greatness. Nor does it reject the idea as repugnant. Instead, it is accepting, witnessing, unchanged. This awareness is not to be equated with God, but it is more aligned with the meaning of the perennial philosophy than our I that thinks about it. We are not always tuned into the presence of that awareness, but it is always aware of us. Likewise, God is always aware of that awareness within us, but that awareness is not always tuned into the presence of God within it, but it can be. For the presence of God within that background awareness is always ready for discovery, just as that awareness is always present to the I consciousness, if it will but tune into it. As the promise goes, be still and know. It is that background awareness which needs to be addressed in some of these concepts. The I that you normally relate to has a hard time dealing with the concept, but that other awareness can deal with it, can learn and profit from it, just as you can be awakened to the background awareness, for example, by always being alert and saying to yourself, now I am aware of this, now I am aware of that, so that background awareness can be awakened to something that enfolds it, and thus its awareness can be enlarged. To conclude this demonstration, try taking off your head again and experiencing the world. Pick out an object and look at it. Notice how your consciousness of that object feels to you. Now, notice how your inner awareness, the background awareness, feels to you. When you compare the feel of your background awareness to the feel of the consciousness of the object, it is hard to distinguish the two. The content may differ, but the feeling is the same. That awareness is the link between the inner you and the outer world. That awareness knows no difference between the inner world of consciousness and the outer world of objects. Awareness is all there is. You and the world are one. Now add the final dimension that makes up the formula for psychic consciousness, love. It will bring the truth to life. Allow yourself to feel love for all that you experience. Rather than simply looking at things, examining your awareness as you ask yourself if you and that outer stuff are really one. Allow yourself a feeling of love, an outpouring from your heart. It is a bridge that actively links you and the world. Is it possible? It joins you and the world in spirit, for love is a spirit and, in all religions, an essence of God. An application of the consciousness of oneness. A similar experiment has demonstrated the reality of psychic bonding between people. The ideas we have been discussing have practical implications for the development and use of psychic awareness. Many psychics consider their psychic functioning to arise out of a state of consciousness different from the ordinary one. Lawrence Leshan, in The Medium, the Mystic, and the Physicist, Toward a General Theory of the Paranormal, studied the writings of Eileen Garrett and other psychics and dubbed the state they enter clairvoyant reality. That state of consciousness involved a shift in awareness in which illusions of present time, our situation in space, and differentiations in consciousness, individuality, are transcended. There is an experience of fundamental unity and oneness of all things. He quotes Garrett, "I have an inner feeling of participating in a very unified way with what I observe, by which I mean that I have no sense of any subjective-objective dualism, no sense of I and any other, but a close association with, an immersion in, the phenomena." Another psychic, Rosalind Hayward, said of her psychic state, "All human experience is one." When Leshan compared the statements by modern physicists with these statements by clairvoyants, he thought that their similarity was significant. He wondered if a straightforward application of the experience of oneness was possible. It turned out that it was. By training himself in meditation, he learned how to imagine as real the clairvoyant reality of all is one. While in that state, he attempted experiments in healing. He describes one case where he was able to help limber up the hands of an arthritic patient by simply holding her hands. When he taught others to enter this state of consciousness, he found that they were able to effect psychic healing. I think his training procedure is interesting because it shows not only that the proper use of the imagination can lead to the desired state of consciousness, but also that taking these metaphysical abstractions as true and acting as if they were true can lead to the anticipated results. His training procedure took the principle of oneness at its word. He would ask one person to hold the hand of another person and stare at it. He instructed the first person to look at the hand of the other person while repeating the phrase, "This is me." The idea was to imagine that the other person was oneself, and the exercise was a form of contemplative meditation. Whenever the mind wandered from that perception, the person was to bring it back to it. In this manner, he was able to train people to elicit healing effects. If the perennial philosophy is taken not simply as a philosophy, but as a practical guide to an altered state of consciousness, it can have direct practical effects. The theory works. It can work for you. In the application comes the awareness. Try it for yourself and see. That is the real test. Many times Cayce warned that he did not want us simply to believe him. He wanted us to try out the concept in practical ways in our everyday lives. Information is of no use except as it proves worthwhile in one's own experience, he advised. His philosophy of learning is expressed in his motto, "In the application comes the awareness." Experience is the great teacher, and Cayce taught that the higher states of consciousness, the awareness of higher truths, would come from the practice of the principles that the truths implied. If you experience oneness, you'll automatically feel loving. If you act lovingly, you'll come to experience oneness. Yet, the normal personality can expect to meet some significant obstacles to being psychic. Cayce advised that it is better not to jump right into developing psychic awareness without first developing a foundation. Create a new lifestyle that won't be threatened by psychic awareness, that can handle the implications of that kind of expanded consciousness. Cayce would have us contemplate the fact of oneness, think about it, meditate upon it, try to experience it. Even more so, he would have us live it. Cayce took psychic ability seriously. It was not a curiosity to him, but a very significant reality. He was not trying to put us off, but rather to put us on the right path, which will help us cope with the implications of psychic awareness and use this ability constructively. He did teach a few tricks, and I'll be sharing them with you, but the most important trick he taught was how to live life as a psychic, rather than just how to have a psychic experience. The secret is to realize that the essence of being psychic isn't contained in the moment of the psychic experience, but is expressed in the life that is lived before and after that experience. A life lived in the consciousness of oneness is a life lived psychically. Otherwise, a psychic experience is but an oddity, hopefully a mind-opener, certainly a curiosity, possibly an inspiration, all too often a burden or source of confusion, but always an oddity. That fact may be disappointing, but it is disappointing only to the impatient part of us, and that part does not really believe in the reality of psychic awareness. The part that does believe, and it is to that part that this book is addressed, can accept this truth in patience, even if with a sigh of, shucks. I am reminded of Native American shamans who, when asked about such powers as psychic ability, laugh at the contradiction of the question when the questioner is usually a white eye, is so obviously not living the life of oneness and respect for the planet. How can you say that you want to learn psychic awareness? Asks the Native American of the white person, when all your life you have been so keen on ignoring the screams of the grass when you walk on it. If you really want to learn psychic awareness, first learn to walk gently upon Mother Earth and be thankful that she allows you to walk upon her at all. Our daily behavior and the consciousness that we wish to develop must be in accord. So, in your spare moments, take off your head and experience the world from the point of oneness. And all the rest of the time, experiment with cooperation to see where it will lead you in your awareness. Mother Earth may surprise you. Chapter 3. The Imagination of the Psychic. Patience and Vibrations. A psychic who holds an object while trying to locate a lost person may well say, "I'm tuning in to the vibrations." Such a statement explains how many psychics imagine their ability operates. Novelist Upton Sinclair entitled his book about telepathy, Mental Radio. What a succinct image to express the psychic experience of tuning into vibrations. But it raises a very perplexing question. How can vibrations, which we typically associate with physical energy, convey information about a distant person's experiences? Buddhism? Cayce's answer was that thoughts are things and, like other things, have their own vibrations. Such vibrations exist in a dimension outside of time and space. Psychic awareness is the ability to tune into these vibrations and translate this resonance into a form accessible to the conscious mind. To understand this kind of language, which is quite common among psychics, we need to go back to some first principles. Cayce envisioned the world in a manner different than we ordinarily do and spoke about it in terms different from our scientifically influenced language. We will need to learn how to imagine the world in the way that psychics do if we are going to develop psychic awareness. The vocabulary of honor-ness. Do ideas exist before we think them? If so, where do they exist? For example, did the idea of a wheel exist before an actual wheel was invented? The principle of a wheel was always there, waiting to be discovered. Was the idea for a wheel invented or discovered? It's a puzzling question. How does an idea get into your head? How does the idea get you to think it? What stimulates your brain to fire in a particular pattern to produce a particular idea? Whether it is telepathically picking up on the ideas in someone else's head, or making a creative discovery by allowing a new idea to come in, both involve picking up ideas out of the air, or getting your brain to behave in a particular pattern that corresponds to the idea you want to have. How does an idea travel? How does an idea, which is mental, manage to get together with your brain, which is physical? Such puzzling questions arise from how we imagine the way the world works. Our very language reflects the way we understand the mechanics of the world. When we speak of an object, it has a boundary around it. It exists within a specified space. To perceive this object, light beams, sound waves, or odor molecules must travel between you and it. A sensory contact of some kind must occur because our consciousness of separateness requires that there be links between us and the not-use in order to perceive them. When it comes to manipulating material objects in our everyday world, our ordinary consciousness, as it has been shaped by scientific language, works fairly well. This is an atomistic perspective. Everything is based on the mechanics of atoms that behave like billiard balls. It is said that science reduces all life to the action of chemistry and physics, using the atom as the basic building block. Hook a few atoms together and you have a chemical. Mix some chemicals together and you have a chemical reaction. Somewhere along the line, one of these chemical reactions makes a life form. Life forms interact, and a few lucky but accidental chemical reactions create new life forms. After a while, we have plants, animals, and humans. A human thought is the end result of chemical reactions in the body responding to physical and chemical events in the outside world. Everything is explained as a chain of cause and effect sequences, involving, basically, atomic processes. Another name for the atomistic approach is a micro-perspective, for all processes are analyzed in terms of the smallest part. But many people, even scientists, balk at using the micro-perspective to explain everything. The macro-perspective, on the opposite end, analyzes life in terms of the most general, encompassing processes that govern the smaller ones. A macro-perspective is also holistic, for it sees a system not as an amalgamation of parts, but as a whole, as in ecology. Recent discoveries in quantum physics have stimulated a conception of the world that is more holistically integrated, if not also paradoxical. Other fields of inquiry are also beginning to question the appropriateness of the micro-perspective. Psychic awareness is a challenge to the materialistic atomistic conception of the world. Telepathy implies to the micro that ideas can travel through space without the need for some mechanical medium, like an invisible telephone wire, upon which to base the exchange of information. Yet leading-edge scientific language is gradually approaching that of psychics. Cayce's language is tailored to the reality of psychic consciousness. In the previous chapter, we learned how Cayce stressed the concept of oneness. We also read accounts of other psychics who described how they became one with the object of their psychic awareness. Cayce's description of psychic awareness reveals a macro perspective. Rather than starting with something small like atoms and using them to build larger things, Cayce's language of oneness starts with something big that permeates everything, God, and then explains how oneness is expressed in specific yet interconnected manifestations. These manifestations are envisioned as patterns of vibration. It is like the Buddhist notion of the jeweled net of Indra, their metaphor for oneness. At each intersection of this infinite net lies a shining jewel. Each jewel contains reflections of all the other jewels, and each of these reflections contains an infinite number of reflections, so that every point in reality reflects every other point. This Buddhist image anticipates the holographic model we will examine in a later chapter, and suggests how each part of the universe may communicate with every other part by the resonance of patterns. Whereas our consciousness of separateness ordinarily has us focus on objects, Cayce and other psychics focus first on patterns of vibrations. The vehicle of perception is also envisioned differently by psychic consciousness. We imagine perceiving as an act of movement. Sense information travels or is carried through the object, through a medium, to our sense apparatus. Psychic consciousness imagines the process to be that of resonance to vibrations. The psychic becomes one with the pattern of vibrations. In other words, resonance, attunement, Empathy, or tuning in, is the method by which information is transferred. As elements of a vocabulary, the terms patterns of vibration and resonance both express the macro perspective of psychic consciousness. It expresses the awareness of a pervasive, interconnected unity that underlies the apparent world of sensory separateness. To develop this psychic awareness, then, let us try to resonate with how Cayce imagines this underlying unity to manifest in patterns of vibrations. The creative forces. Black hole. Just what is this one that Cayce says everything is one with, which permeates all that exists? God, creator, creative forces, energy. These are the terms he used. In so doing, Cayce evolved a description of how God functioned as the creator, how these creative forces brought the world into being. A yin-yang symbol. At the beginning of creation, Cayce tells us, the one force began by manifesting itself in two ways, as a force of attraction and a force of repulsion. On and off, up and down, in and out, black and white, plus and minus, male and female. These are some of the variations on the motif of opposites. It is a common motif in creation stories that creation began by the dividing of the one into two. The Bible, for example, tells us that God separated heaven and earth, light and darkness. In India's Upanishads, the world came into being as the great cosmic egg burst into silver and gold, silver becoming the earth and gold becoming the sky. These two are polar opposites, and yet both are aspects of the same underlying unity, two sides of the same coin, as they were both created from the same one. The yin-yang symbol, shown above, is probably the oldest expression of this concept of the primal creative process. You can look at the yin-yang symbol and see how the original one, a circle, was divided into two comet-shaped parts, each apparently spinning about the other. Cayce indicates that it was necessary for the one to divide into two in order to create energy. The complementarity of the two is the source of the energy. You can see the yin-yang symbol as being either a white comet against a black background, or a black comet against a white background. If you stare at it a while, you will experience a psychological impression of this energy effect. First, you see the white figure eating away at the black background, then you see the black figure eating away at the white background. Back and forth, back and forth. Each time you make a perceptual shift, the curve cutting through the circle changes its meaning. When you focus on the white comet, the curve that defines its tail is concave, squeezing inward. But when you look at that same point on the curve from the point of view of the head of the black comet, that curve is convex, expanding outward. That flip-flop back and forth between the two ways of perceiving the curve is the basic dynamic of vibration, an oscillation between two opposing perspectives. Oscillation/vibration is the basis of energy. Electrical energy manifests in a similar manner, with an oscillation between the positive and negative poles. All creative energy results from this one source, from the central, universal vibration at the beginning of creation. This universal vibration exists within and permeates all other derivative vibrations. People who have studied creativity often point to the role of opposites in the creative process. In one experiment conducted by Yale University psychiatrist Albert Rotenberg, highly creative and not so creative people who had identical IQs and scholastic achievement were compared on the word association test. For example, they were asked to give the first word that came to mind when they thought of joy. Uncreative types typically said happiness, while creative types responded with the opposite, sadness. In The Emerging Goddess, the creative process in art, science, and other fields, Rothenberg identifies creativity with Janusian thinking, after the Roman god Janus, who could look in opposite directions simultaneously. He points to such images as the yin-yang symbol and says that simultaneous oppositions, seeing something from two opposite points of view simultaneously, are the essence of the creative spark. Thus, creation, in the sense of bringing the world into being, and creation as a psychological process are seen to have an identical basis. The mind and the world are as one. Manifestation of creativity. Energy, passion, form. John Sin P. My father once said that creativity felt like an itch. You are compelled to express something. I experience creativity not only as an urge, but a force. I take Cayce's term creative forces to describe something that actually exists, both outside of me and inside of me. It is a force that can almost be intoxicating. Being creative feels like being a dancer, alive with energy. You have a willingness to feel the energy and to move with it, to turn yourself over to the energy and to flow with it. When you begin to respond to the energy, to tune into the it, to move with the energy that you feel, then the pattern in the creative energy begins to manifest. What at first seemed simply like a pressure begins to feel like a special type of urge, a pressure with a pattern or design to it. It takes form. It comes out of nowhere and results in a visible pattern dance or some other specific manifestation. A very important aspect of the creative forces is their tendency to manifest. Creativity begins as pure energy, but changes by assuming a specific pattern. As a vibrational pattern, the energy contains information. The informational pattern has a way of working itself down from the very abstract, invisible level to the concrete, material level of reality. Cayce's favorite formula for this stepladder of creativity was: spirit is the life, mind is the builder, the physical is the result. Creativity arises first at the level of spirit, which is the pure energy from basic vibrations. These vibrations assume a pattern as they enter the mental level of reality. As the builder, mind's major attribute is patterning. Cayce often calls the creative forces at the mental level the imaginative forces because of the image-making process that occurs there. It is at the level of mind that patterns exist, often in the form of images, giving form to the unpatterned, spiritual level of vibration. The patterns of the mind, according to Cayce, exist in another dimension. In the traditional micro-perspective, we think in terms of a three-dimensional universe, and assume that information is carried by a physical medium traveling the highways of these three dimensions. Cayce's macro perspective introduces a fourth dimension, the realm of ideas, that transcends the three-dimensional world of time and space. An idea is everywhere and always. The fourth-dimensional character of the mind is crucial to psychic awareness. As we shall see, other macro theorists also define some fourth-dimensional reality of invisible, creative patterns of formative ideas and have imagined that psychic awareness operates through this dimension. As the mind patterns the pure energy, it begins to precipitate the denser vibratory patterns found in the sensory physical world. The world of material things is seen by the psychic consciousness as stable patterns of vibratory energy. At the physical level, these patterns are so stable that they appear as solid, permanent objects to the sensory consciousness. From Cayce's point of view, tangible objects, including our bodies, are history, the visible remnants of an earlier process of vibrational energy manifesting in stable patterns. The energy is real, the physical form is relatively unreal. In the realm of ideas, a book is the tangible manifestation of the idea. You can burn the book, but you have not destroyed the ideas that formed it. If the spirit behind the ideas is still active, the ideas will manifest again in another book. A startling demonstration of the way invisible vibrations can affect the shape of visible forms was created in the 1930s by Hans Jenny, a Swiss scientist. He placed a substance, sand, powders, liquids, or putty, on a round metal membrane. As the disc moved in response to various sound vibrations, the substance assumed particular shapes. The underlying reality of these shapes was in the sound vibration. By removing the material, you could remove the manifested form, yet the invisible pattern of vibration remained, awaiting the means to become visible once again. Many of the shapes resembled patterns found in nature. The photographs in Jenny's book Cymatics show the wide range of effects. Jenny provides an emotionally convincing demonstration of Cayce's claim that God created the forms of the universe with sound and geometry. Cayce's macro view of creation by vibration is that the source vibrations are everywhere all at once. The infinite extent of vibration has implications for the communication involved in psychic awareness. For example, a pebble dropped into water creates a rings of ripples that expand outward in all directions. Depending on the size of the pebble and the force with which it is thrown into the water, the ripples will have either shallow or deep troughs and will be either closely or distantly spaced. By analyzing the ripples, you can determine when, where, how big, and how hard a rock was thrown into the water. The ripples in the water are a form of vibration. The pattern of ripples gives information about the nature of the rock that was thrown in the water. Moreover, the ripples caused by the rock spread over the entire surface of the lake. Rock the object exists in only one place, but rock the ripple exists throughout the lake. Patterns of vibration create information everywhere all at once. This macro perspective also has implications for an alternative to the micro view of cause and effect. For example, the vibrational pattern that results in the creation of a bush is everywhere in the universe, but it has come down to the physical, stable level only in specific locations where that particular species of bush is growing. All examples of that species of bush are linked by the vibrational pattern that is associated with that species. In the micro perspective, on the other hand, in the physical, atomistic form of understanding, that bush replicates itself by growing seeds that birds carry to all parts of the earth, a cause and effect sequence of mechanical events. However, from Cayce's point of view, all the bushes extend out from the vibrational source, like spokes on a wheel. The planting of a seed only determines where the central vibratory source will manifest another spoke. Cayce's macro approach to creation has recently been echoed in the controversial theory of Rupert Sheldrake. In his book, A New Science of Life, Sheldrake specifically attempts to overthrow the traditional mechanistic view of life. Among his propositions is that the forms of nature are organic precipitates of guiding patterns that exist in an other-dimensional reality he terms the morphogenetic field. The term he uses for the process, morphic resonance, is the academic jargon of biology. His basic propositions, however, are almost identical to Cayce's. Sheldrake used his theory of the morphogenetic field to explain the frequent occurrence of the simultaneous scientific discovery. When an idea's time has come, according to Sheldrake, it is literally in the air. Many different scientists, as long as they are working with the relevant material, will begin to manifest the pattern formed by the vibrations of that idea. It is as if each scientist's work is itself material, sitting on one of Jenny's cymatic discs, and each begins to resonate to the pattern of the idea, each independently coming up with the same discovery. Recognizing patterns. The greatest thing by far is to be master of metaphor. It is the one thing that cannot be learnt from others, and it is also a sign of genius, since a good metaphor implies an intuitive perception of the similarity in the dissimilar. This quotation, attributed to Aristotle from Stephen Starker's book F States, The Power of Fantasy in Human Creativity, defines creative imagination as the ability to join images on the basis of the corresponding underlying patterns. It also expresses Cayce's viewpoint on the creative potential of patterns. One of Cayce's particularly insightful approaches to many areas of life concerns the importance of perceiving patterns. He would have people look for patterns in their own lives. In dream interpretation, he would have people look at the patterns in their dreams and try to match them to patterns found in their lives. Cayce anticipated modern holistic philosophers when he recognized that we perceive meaning by correlating patterns. Cayce could describe the functioning of the body using correct anatomical terms. Yet, when he wished to call attention to the meaning of that functioning, he would refer to a pattern in the person's life and correlate it with the pattern of the bodily functioning. Cayce was an expert at recognizing and correlating patterns that were invisible to others. But we are all experts at pattern recognition. Musical melodies, rhythms, and much of what we enjoy through our senses is based on patterns. Our eyes are very keen at recognizing patterns. The pattern of triangles, for example, shown below, gives a stunning demonstration of the eye's ability to detect patterns. As you move your eyes about the design, you become aware of suddenly appearing cascades of ever larger triangles, now in black, then in white. Our eyes immediately sense the regularities in the visual field, and we experience that sensation as the discovery of patterns moving about the page. Paradoxically, even though we are quite good at sensory pattern recognition, traditional psychology has had the most difficulty explaining it. Take our ability to recognize patterns of sound vibrations, for example. Our ears can tell the difference between a violin and a piano, even when each instrument plays the same note. That is because of qualities of the vibratory sound wave in addition to the underlying frequency. Various harmonic overtones, decay rates in the loudness of these tones, and other factors affect the quality of the sound in recognizable ways. Our ears can detect these differences. In engineering terms, a human being can analyze complex wave patterns, match them, and discriminate between different forms. That we can recognize different voices shows just how complex a vibratory pattern we can analyze. Pattern of triangles. Humans perceive patterns so easily that it may come as a surprise to you that computers have great difficulty doing it. It has taken some time to develop enough understanding of the variables in a voice pattern to teach a computer to recognize voices. Teaching a computer to recognize visual patterns has been even more difficult. Yet in fact, it has been through the process of trying to learn how to teach computers to recognize patterns that psychology finally had to face up to its lack of understanding of this very fundamental attribute of human perception. Having to come to terms with pattern recognition has turned theories of perception upside down. Newer theories of perception now maintain that perception is based on the imagination, that to perceive something first requires being able to imagine it. Perceptual psychologists call this a template, a guiding image that is used to organize the incoming data. This template is our first bet about what it is that we are looking at. We process and organize the incoming information in terms of the assumptions of the guiding image of what is there to be perceived. When we find discrepancies, we try another image to see if we can get a better fit between what we expected and what we obtained. Often we allow our expectations to carry the day, and we ignore contradictory data. Proofreaders, for example, will tell you that when you are looking for spelling mistakes, you shouldn't read the material for sense. When you read for meaning, even carefully, you don't notice errors in spelling. It's as though if you can understand the sentence, then all the words must be spelled correctly. To catch spelling errors, you have to read each word and look at its spelling, not its meaning. When we listen to one another speak, we usually hear complete sentences. A tape recording of the conversation, however, would show that we skip words, leave sentences dangling, unfinished, and otherwise talk in a disjunctive fashion. Oral conversation is full of holes, but we don't hear it that way. If we did, it would be quite disruptive. It is usually efficient to perceive in terms of our expectations. On the other hand, it disguises just how much we actively shape what we perceive to fit our image of what is there to be perceived. Numerous experiments have shown how the imagination can shape or even take precedence over perceptual information from the outer world. The earliest work in this area showed how our perceptions are often governed by our needs and interests. Buy a camera and suddenly you become aware of all the people in the world shooting pictures. When you are hungry, you notice restaurants and every person who happens to be eating something. Clearly, what we perceive is determined not only by the facts, but also by our interests. The tree a nature lover sees is quite different from the tree a lumberjack sees. That we shape our perceptions is not just a statement about attitude. It also means just what it says. We construct our experience. A popular expression of the New Age holds that we create our own reality. That's more than a slogan, it's a fact. We create reality by the imagery we use to organize our experience. The three-dimensional world that we see is fabricated in our brain, based upon an inner pattern of three-dimensional space. Our brain carries images of the world and uses those images to construct our experience. Our imagination creates blueprints. The sense impressions are but the building blocks that we can arrange in any way necessary to fit the imagined pattern. We also know that our perception is limited by the patterns we are capable of imagining. In the history of science, many advances are attributable to leaps of perception, where the old and familiar was seen in a new way. For example, the discovery by William Harvey that the heart functions as a blood pump required that he be able to imagine seeing a pump when he looked at the throbbing heart. Prior to his new vision, people imagined that blood ebbed and flowed like the tides based on the vision of Galen. The role of the heart in this vision was to transform the blood, to give its life to the blood. Until Harvey's new vision of the heart, no one had even heard the pulse. As Robert Romanation argues in Psychological Life, From Science to Metaphor, in order for Harvey to make his discovery, he had to bring to his observations a new vision, to imagine something different when he watched the palpitations of the heart. Here is where the imagination is the foundation of perception. It actually governs and determines what we see. Imagination becomes reality. It is important to recognize that images are patterns. Images sometimes play a metaphorical role in our perceptions. To see the heart as a pump is to recognize that the pattern of action of a heart is analogous to the pattern of action in a machine that transfers liquids. Understanding the heart as a pump gives new meaning to the heart and permits us to see other facts that were hidden before. Meaning is the correlation of patterns. Metaphorical and symbolic perception is where the pattern-making role of the imagination has a very creative effect upon our consciousness. Patterny vibration. Webster defines pattern as a model upon which imitations or duplicates can be made. Plato, on the other hand, would call pattern an ideal. Plato maintained that the world was an imperfect manifestation of transcendent ideals or patterns. One such ideal is the circle. Circles come up in all sorts of situations, each one varying in the closeness of its approximation to the one original circular pattern, the ideal circle. Plato maintained that each of us, having been created within nature, has within us the influence of the ideal circle, which is why we can recognize a circle when we see one. We intuitively recognize circularity. As Plato would say, circularity is an endowment of the soul. To Plato, education was not a matter of pouring in facts, but of reminding a person of all the knowledge that was already within. Cayce and Plato had a lot in common. Cayce's concept of ideals is quite similar to the Platonic vision. First, recognize that ideas are patterns. When Cayce said that thoughts were things, he was referring to the vibratory reality of ideas. Ideas are vibrations at the mental level. When he said that mind is the builder, he meant that the mind is the source of ideas, or patterns, that give form to the vibrations. All the words that we associate with mental patterns, image, idea, meaning, metaphor, story, all these have the reality of vibrations, patterns of vibration at the level of the mind. To Cayce, ideals were idea patterns of the highest value, universal values like love, or universally valued patterns such as the Buddha or the Christ. To Cayce, the historical Jesus was a manifestation of a pattern, an ideal, that Cayce and others have referred to as the Christ consciousness. Here we have a rather complex pattern, involving consciousness of oneness, love, forgiveness, willingness to transform and transmute. Yet, it is capable of existing everywhere, of being repeated, as when the spirit of the Christ consciousness begins to become the formative pattern of a person's life. Cayce stressed the importance of our coming to recognize the ideal that was governing the patterns in our lives, and to choose an alternative life if the current operative ideal did not match our highest value. Ideals manifest in the patterns of our life experiences. Cayce's thinking on this point is almost identical to that of Carl Jung. Jung spoke of archetypes, universal first patterns that influence or shape our experience. He located these archetypes in a fourth dimension of reality. At one level of manifestation, archetypes pattern instincts, such as the interaction of mother and child, the instigators and regulators of aggression, and the process and stages of development. At another level, archetypes shape our experience of intangibles, such as religious themes of death and rebirth, yin and yang, and the Christ consciousness. Jung noted something that Cayce also referred to, and which various philosophers as well as certain quantum physicists are beginning to state, namely that the same patterns in the mind that created the patterns of our thinking and imagination also created the patterns of the physical world. He noted many examples of correspondences between the patterns of spontaneous imagery arising in people's minds and the patterns in nature revealed by the microscope and telescope. The classic example of this type of interconnection is in mathematics. Math means numbers, but it also means patterns. Amazingly, people actually invent mathematics. They think up totally new mathematical realities, geometries of imaginary spaces that exist only in the minds of gifted mathematicians. Where do these ideas come from? The same place that nature herself comes from. The human imagination is truly one with nature. And the history of mathematics has repeatedly shown that no matter how bizarre the mathematical space, invented by an ivory tower mathematician for his or her own pleasure and amusement, the day does finally arrive when, in another branch of science, someone finds that bizarre mathematics perfectly describes the new dimension of nature that science has uncovered. How could such a purely imaginary invention repeatedly prove descriptive of reality if our imagination and nature's patterns did not have the same source? Mind and nature are one. Symbol in the universe at scale. How many times have you had the occasion to remark, "What a coincidence"? Chances are it happens with some frequency. When we juxtapose one pattern with a similar pattern, and perceive an overlap of meaning, a meaningful coincidence occurs. Carl Jung called this synchronicity. Jung's synchronicity is similar to Cayce's recognition that meaning is perceived through the correlation of patterns. Jung once described an example of synchronicity from his own life. One day he was painting pictures of images from his imagination when the mailman brought him a book on ancient Chinese divination that contained a picture just like the one he was painting. The effect of this incident was to make him feel connected by his inner work to the larger world. Synchronicities are another example of how the mind and the world are connected. Simultaneity of discovery, as discussed by Sheldrake, is an example of synchronicity. A meaningful coincidence can exist only when it's perceived. An observer is needed to notice the coincidence. In fact, not all observers will notice it. It is an emotional reaction to a perceived pattern. The pattern is the similarity between the two realms. Obviously, the two things are not related by cause and effect. The rational mind rebels at strong coincidence, but the intuitive faculty recognizes it and embraces it. When we're involved in a creative pursuit and let our intuition come into play, very often we are surprised by serendipitous discoveries and meaningful coincidences. Our creative activity has taken us into the oneness of patterns, where intuitions and realities merge. The thoughts inside and the realities encountered outside come together in a meaningful pattern. The boundary and distinction between discovery and creation become blurred. Thus, synchronicities play a role in the operation of intuition. As for Jung's synchronicity experience, he noted that the vehicle of the coincidence was a book on divination. He found this significant because he viewed the process of divination to be based upon the principle of synchronicity. The varieties of oracles operate on the principle of alignment of patterns. You want to understand the pattern in your life, yet you cannot recognize it. You throw coins and consult the I Ching, the Chinese book of divination based upon 64 patterns in creation. You examine the pattern in the toss of the coins as they are represented in the I Ching. With the aid of its interpretation, and based upon your own insights, You recognize the pattern in the I Ching as correlated to a pattern in your life. You assume that the pattern in the I Ching actually reflects the pattern in your life. No causal relationship is involved. Your situation in life does not cause the coins to fall the way they do. Your life and the toss of the coins are two images of the same pattern. Cayce recognized the occurrence of synchronicities not only in the correspondences that obtain between different areas of life, but also in the form of opportunities. It is this particular aspect of synchronicities that Cayce recommended exploring as a means of seeking guidance in life. The principle of correspondence. Symbols convey meaning because the patterns they express can be correlated to other areas of life. Not only do synchronicities often involve correspondences with symbolic patterns, but psychic awareness often involves perception through symbolism. Earlier we mentioned that Cayce used the phrase "as above, so below" to refer to patterns at one level corresponding to patterns at another. This principle of correspondence also appears in the writing of Emanuel Swedenborg, a psychic who developed a theory of the levels of reality that paralleled Cayce's vision in many respects. This principle has both a vertical and a horizontal dimension. The vertical concerns how physical reality corresponds in its forms to the patterns in the creative dimension of mind. The horizontal dimension has to do with correspondences that involve analogies, symbolism, and stories. Sometimes a psychic becomes aware of a symbol or a pattern that reflects or corresponds to a reality about a person. Not all psychic perception is literal. Patterns in the mind often have several counterparts. A psychic may not perceive your exact thoughts, but rather perceive a symbolic analog. I have seen instances where a group of people are gathered around a psychic, hoping to get information about their personal lives, and being surprised that during the informal part of the session, the psychic will tell personal stories that seem to correspond to topics in the people's lives about which they wanted readings. Often symbols exist in clusters. Jung's term for this was the complex. We usually think of this word as meaning a hang-up, because it was originally used to describe how problems tended to be interrelated. Yet the word also describes the complicated network, like the jeweled net of Indra, that exists between symbols. Let's take the tree symbol as an example. Related to the tree symbol, a trunk with many branches, which takes nourishment from the earth and sends it coursing through itself as sap, dead and leafless in winter, bursting into new life in spring, are the spinal cord, the flow of psychic energies in a body, the process of creation itself. Such complicated symbolic patterns as myths of creation or the Book of Revelation in the Bible are, from the viewpoint of the psychic imagination, highly descriptive of the way things really are. To our scientific viewpoint, taking such symbolic scenarios as descriptive of reality seems ludicrous. Yet remember that science too deals in models of reality, complicated metaphors that are supposed to correspond to nature. Traditional science tends to favor the models based upon a micro perspective, while the psychic feels that a macro perspective is more appropriate. When Cayce's view of the psychokinetic aspect of meditation is discussed in a later chapter, for example, bear in mind the psychic's appreciation for the formative energy contained in symbols, and that complex symbol systems are felt to correspond to complex processes in the body. Attunement. Movement in psychic consciousness. If to psychic consciousness everything is created through the effects of vibrations, then it is vibrations that psychic awareness will want to focus on. Oneness, attunement, resonance, harmony, empathy, sympathy, accordance, parallel, joined, consonance. How frequently these words appear in the statements of psychics. Cayce used many of these words repeatedly to describe the process of psychic consciousness. These words have in common a focus on the qualities of two different things interacting with one another, due to their being on the same wavelength. These words form a basic aspect of the language of psychic consciousness. To put it simply, these words have a positive and negative quality. They are in. I think of these words as the motion words of psychic consciousness, because so often a psychic will describe an act like going to by use of a tuning word. For example, Cayce would ask for the name and address of a person requesting a reading. That would be his only roadmap for locating the person. He then often found himself in the presence of the person and could report the surroundings he observed. Blacksmith's eye created a bottom out of space. It was as if he went there. When asked how he did this, he described it as a process of tuning into the vibrations of the person's name. Once that attunement was made, the information flowed. Such terms as harmony, empathy, and resonance all have musical vibration overtones. The dynamics of such each involve the equation of sympathetic vibration. Consider this metaphor for empathy. If you walk a mile in the other person's moccasins, the experience will convey to you, note the concept of travel or exchange or movement in the word convey, the other person's feelings or perspective. Secondly, to know how a person feels, empathize with that person, tune into his or her vibrations, and allow yourself to resonate. In music, if one string vibrates and the next string is made to resemble the first in terms of length and thickness and tautness, it will also begin to vibrate. This is called resonance. The dynamic is based on the principle of the transference of information or meaning by having the receiver become like the sender, to pick up the vibrations of the sender. I sometimes think of my mind as a membrane that can vibrate or resonate to vibrations. To pick up another person's thoughts, I first focus on what the person feels like. That's something we all do, whether we realize it or not. We feel good around some people, but not others. There are certainly more vibrational patterns than good or bad. There are countless different patterns. So I focus on how the person feels to me. I am empathizing with the person, in resonance. The membrane of my mind is now resonating with their vibrational sound. Soon I notice images forming on my mind. What was at first just fuzz, like a pile of powder on one of Hans Jenny's metal discs, begins to take shape in the form of images. The person's vibrations are beginning to impress images upon my mind. This is a simple description of telepathy based on the analysis of vibrations. Consider, for example, ESP, envisioned as mental radio, to use Upton Sinclair's term. To tune into a station, we change the characteristics of the radio so that it becomes sensitive to the vibrational frequency of that station. To leave that station and go to another, we don't have to get into our car and drive from station to station, we simply twist the dial. CBs use a similar metaphor. Leaving here, when tuning to a different frequency, we move from one station to another by changing the attunement to a different vibratory frequency. At the flick of a dial, we instantaneously travel hundreds of miles from one radio channel to another. Or consider the case of Marcel Proust, who describes in Remembrance of Things Past how he was transported to a moment in his childhood by the taste of a biscuit. Tastes and smells can be such strong reminders of the past that they seem to carry us back in time. We aren't just recollecting memories, we are actually back in the past. Again, a change in the attunement of our mind has the effect of moving us from one time period to another. The psychic imagination. To the psychic, the imagination is everything. The world is created through the imagination of God, and that same imaginative force is active in each of us. The imagination is the realm of patterns of vibration. Consider the implications for ESP. Ideas, or patterns of the mind, exist in a fourth dimension. They are simultaneously everywhere and always. If the basis of perception is the imagination, if sensory data is subservient to what is imagined, then ESP can function simply by attuning to vibrational patterns. Sensory contact can be a support to perception, but is not absolutely required. ESP is a more direct form of perception, one that bypasses the details of the senses. To develop psychic awareness, therefore, it is necessary to be willing and able to imagine the world as patterns of vibration, and to imagine tuning into those patterns. The psychic imagines the world in a way that allows for psychic awareness. The psychic behaves in a manner that is consistent with that image of the way things are, and then the psychic naturally functions psychically. People who just cannot believe in the reality of psychic perception have trouble being psychic. Furthermore, as if to show that our imagination shapes our reality and we behave in a way that confirms that, studies have shown that people who do not believe in ESP actually perform worse in ESP than chance would predict. These people have to use ESP in an unconscious manner in order to make sure that their guesses are wrong. We all are psychic, whether or not we are aware of it. Using ESP unconsciously is quite common. Our hunches and intuitions detect patterns by way of unconscious ESP. In the shadow of sleep, our dreams draw upon patterns of psychic information. In such states of consciousness, outside of our normal awareness, our psychic imagination has unlimited freedom of expression. It is to such states of consciousness that we now turn to bring their psychic potential into our conscious awareness. 4. Your psychic intuition. Intuition is often defined as knowing something without realizing why or how you know it. Hunch is a common synonym for intuition, as are being hit by lightning, having a light bulb light up inside your head, having everything fall into place, feeling something in your bones, or a gut reaction. Each of these figures of speech expresses an understanding of the nature of intuition, and it is often used to describe a process which might seem uncanny. Sometimes intuition is thought to be a synonym and a more acceptable term for rudimentary ESP. Women's intuition may be a cliché that expresses that viewpoint. The word intuition comes from a Latin root meaning to look at, to contemplate. These images suggest other images, to look within, to guard, as in to look at or watch, and knowledge or know, as in to look upon. We can see these various dimensions of the root meaning of intuition involved in the many forms of expression of intuition. The nature of intuition. In The Intuitive Edge, Philip Goldberg describes 6 types of intuition: discovery, generative, evaluative, operative, predictive, and illumination. Let's look at each one briefly. Discovery intuition or detection provides insights into discoverable facts. It is the eureka phenomenon, made famous by Archimedes' experience in the bathtub. Stepping into the bath water, he discovered that an object submerged in water displaces an amount of water equal to the volume of the object. The history of serendipity in science is full of accidental discoveries made possible by the intuitive recognition of the significance of an accidental observation. For example, noticing how coffee altered the color of a napkin led to the development of chromatography, analyzing substances by means of their color. Noticing how some photographic plates had been darkened led to the discovery of radioactivity. Other serendipitous discoveries included the development of pap tests, how to culture skin for transplant to burn victims, radar, X-rays, Teflon, vulcanized rubber, penicillin, and aspartame. Generative or creative intuition deals with opportunities, options, possibilities, and alternatives. Learning to be in the right place at the right time is one example. Artists and inventors experience this form of intuition as they ask, "I wonder what would happen if I tried this?" They have a vague inkling of the possibilities, even though later they might describe it as a happy accident. Evaluative intuition is the inner voice that comments upon circumstances. Socrates is said to have remarked, "By the favor of the gods, I have since my childhood been attended by a semi-divine being, whose voice from time to time dissuades me from some undertaking, but never directs me what I am to do." Cayce's technique for developing intuition begins with this inner voice. Operative intuition guides our actions. Unlike evaluative intuition, it has nothing to evaluate, but is just an urge to do or not to do something. Vocational callings might be like this. One day during World War II, for no apparent reason, Winston Churchill suddenly decided not to enter his car in the usual way. Instead, he walked around to other side and thus avoided injury from a bomb that exploded near the other side of the car. Predictive intuition contains an element of prophecy. You are not necessarily moved to action, but you have a hunch that something will happen. For example, when you are driving, you may anticipate that another car is going to make a sudden move. I experience this intuition in my research work, being able to predict trends, anticipating ideas, or knowing the sort of information discovered today that will be relevant years later as a trend emerges. Illumination is the greatest form of intuition. Mystical illumination transcends the other forms of intuition. Although illumination is the rarest form of intuition, Goldberg maintains that if it is developed, it will lead to the others. Like cosmic consciousness and related experiences, knower and known become one. Cayce's approach to intuition is to be consistently guided by the highest form of any activity and try to find the reflection of the highest in the smallest form. His perspective is rooted in the concept of oneness. He bases the nature of intuition on the inherent unity in creation. From the axiomatic principle of oneness, Cayce asserts the implication that all knowledge is within. Here he captures two of the meanings of the Latin root of the word intuition, inner and knowing, or knowing from within, consistent with the Taoist expression of the perennial philosophy as articulated by Lao Tzu at the beginning of this chapter. For Cayce, intuition is not a phenomenon, but an ongoing reality that reflects our interconnectedness with life. The various forms of intuition can be explained as manifestations of this underlying oneness. We tend to think of intuition as an inferior, uncultivated form of ESP. While we might grant that some unrecognized psychic information lurks beneath a hunch, it seems inferior to an ESP experience, in which we have full conscious knowledge of the psychic information. Goldberg, however, maintains that intuition is not just an inferior form of ESP, but that it is more than ESP, in that it goes beyond the information given. Cayce also felt that intuition was not an inferior or undeveloped form of ESP. He considered it to be ESP+. On many occasions, when someone asked Cayce for a reading about developing psychic ability, Cayce's source indicated that it would be better to develop intuition than any other psychic ability. He called it the higher development of psychic ability. For him, intuition is the holistic intelligence, often speaking as the still, small voice within, that puts together not just facts, but also possibilities, personal values, and need to nudge you toward an opportunity or to create a useful, practical, and concrete result. Whereas psychic ability might request, like Joe Friday, just the facts, ma'am, intuition searches out where shall I go and what shall I do with the perceived facts. Creativity and intuitive functioning are often linked in practice because there is a creative aspect to intuition. Suppose, for example, that I am struggling to understand a concept. I am standing in front of a bookcase. Perhaps one of the books may have something that could be helpful to me. Pure ESP could help me to some extent. With clairvoyant ability, I could, theoretically, touch the spine of each book and mentally scan its contents. Afterward, I could decide what might be helpful to me. Intuition, on the other hand, might direct me to a particular book. As I browse through the book at random, I stumble on a passage that triggers an inspiration. ESP just gave me the facts, and I was left to sort them all out and decide what facts might be helpful. Intuition, on the other hand, led me right to what I needed. See template. In this example, intuition itself involved a creative act. It felt out a possibility, recognized its significance for helping me to get in touch with an idea that, as yet, did not exist in any of the books, but could be triggered in me, not in someone else, by a particular passage that I stumbled onto by chance. Synchronicities are often involved in intuition, demonstrating that intuition involves an attunement to a pattern of meaning. Thus, intuition is a more holistic phenomenon than ESP, and more creative. Whereas psychic ability may yield information, intuition will usually yield results, decisions, calls to action, and other effects that have already been sorted through and evaluated as being in keeping with the needs, purposes, and values of the person. The need to now basis of intuitive guidance. Cayce goes beyond these descriptive statements of intuition to give its purpose. Intuition plays a guiding role in our lives. It operates on a need-to-know basis. It is elicited by need when we are in danger, as in the case of Winston Churchill, or when we are creatively striving for some goal. Intuition is purposeful, not random. This purposeful quality of intuition is one of the reasons Cayce considers it to be the highest development of ESP. It provides no information that you do not need. In Cayce's biblical vernacular, intuition is higher than raw ESP because knowledge not used is sin. We become responsible for knowledge that we obtain. Random ESP, or ESP performed out of curiosity, can burden us with information that we cannot use. Intuition doesn't burden us, but gives us only the information we need and prompts us in its use. Archimedes' discovery is a good example of the need-to-know basis of intuition. What he discovered seems so obvious. Push something into the water, and the water has to make as much room as the object takes up. Its volume. Why hadn't anyone else noticed this relationship before? What enabled Archimedes to discover it? Archimedes had a need to know. He was working on an assaying problem, trying to determine the quality of gold in a crown. The principle he discovered helped solve his problem. Archimedes' need to know stimulated his intuition. The need to know is a good basis for beginning to recognize and develop intuition. The way to prompt intuition is to create a situation where there is a strong need to know, but no apparent way of knowing. Intuition will go beyond the information given, so be sure to take the time to survey as many of the relevant facts as possible. This strategy forms the basis of Cayce's suggested experiment on learning to recognize intuition. Listening to the still, small voice. How can we begin to recognize intuition? Cayce suggested starting with the simplest cases, where intuition can come into play in yes/no situations. They usually have to do with choices or decisions. Is this person telling me the truth? Would this be a good business investment? Is this really the career for me? Shall I take this job? Such decisions can be answered with a yes or a no. Begin with some choice or decision that you have to make. Now use whatever resources you have that are relevant and make your choice or decision. Study the situation, examine your feelings, make a list of pros and cons. This period of preparation is important. Intuitive information can build upon the foundation of information that you collect and evaluate at the conscious level. The period of preparation also places you into a position of attunement with the area or topic of your concern. After you have studied the situation, make your own decision. Then go into a period of meditation. In the meditation, align your vibrations to the highest ideal, the most universal or encompassing pattern of truth, with the understanding that your decision is to be in harmony with that ideal. Then bring your decision into mind and ask yourself, is this the right choice? Listen for your inner reaction. The inner prompting that you get, yes or no, is the act of intuition. It may come to you as a feeling, a thought, or you may even hear a voice saying, no. How your inner self will speak to you is something that you have to discover for yourself, but the response will come. Cayce suggested this exercise specifically for learning to recognize the workings of intuition. It is also a workable form of seeking guidance. He suggests developing intuition by using it in an applied manner. If you will take real situations in which you care about the outcome and apply yourself to figuring out a solution consciously, then seek a period of silence, you will experience an intuitive response to your choice or decision. Feelings and images, communications from the inner self. Cayce's experiment requires responding to one's inner self. Intuition and its still, small voice may come in a variety of guises, including feelings and images. Feelings and imagery, especially, can be the manifestation of the inner voice providing intuitive information. Remember Hans Jenny's vibratory patterns. When we are concerned about a particular topic or situation, we become attuned to it. Our being begins to resonate to the vibrations of the situation. Our inner self begins to manifest the effects of that resonance by producing analogous patterns of its own in the form of feelings and images. Albert Einstein gave free rein to his imagination. Pondering the nature of time, he imagined being a clock that was hurled through space, traveling faster and faster. That image led him to the development of his relativity theory. Another famous example in the history of science was Kekula's discovery of the formula of the benzene ring. Pondering the nature of organic compounds, he found himself imagining a snake curled back on itself, biting its tail. He recognized in that image the pattern for the formula he was seeking. In such cases of scientific discoveries, the seekers were so intently involved with the problem at hand that they unconsciously became one with the object of study. Their whole being, their thinking, their feelings and imagination, their actions and their attention became attuned to the vibrations of the mystery. This created a resonance between them and what they wanted to discover. The intuitive breakthrough was a manifestation of this attunement. I am reminded of detectives who declare that in order to catch a criminal, you have to think like one. They express the resonance theme of intuitive discovery. By imaginatively becoming attuned to the mind of the criminal is ultimately revealed to them. The Native American communicates with inanimate objects in nature in a similar way. To learn the wisdom of a particular stone, attune yourself to the stone. Open yourself up meditatively and allow the stone's vibrations to become your own. The Native American respects the flow of imagery in the imagination as a source of revelation, not a fantasy. As I meditate on the stone according to the Native American approach, the stone's message will come to me through the imagination. As I contemplate the stone, my thoughts, feelings, and imagery are assumed to be the effect of the stone's vibrations upon me. When I am in a counseling situation, listening deeply to a person's story, I find that I pay little attention to the words and concentrate more on the sound of the person's voice. The music of the voice is giving expression to what is going on at deeper levels within the person. The soul sings or cries through the sound of the voice. As I allow myself to listen in this way, it is almost as if I become hypnotized by the sound of the person's voice, becoming one with its tones and vibrations. As I do so, my body seems to resonate to the sound of that voice. My being resonates with the being of the person, and I can feel it. As I focus on these feelings, images and scenes appear in my mind. I have learned that these spontaneous fantasies, far from being a sign of not paying attention, are manifestations of intuitive knowledge about the person. When I share these images and fantasies with the person, I discover their meaningfulness. The images are usually not literally true. Their symbolic form is another aspect of the patterning of vibrations. Symbolic images are often highly condensed patterns of information. Just as we say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, a symbolic image may contain several juxtaposed images, combining information in a creative way that reveals a hidden truth. Dreams, the image factory par excellence, are thus a valuable source of symbolic intuitions. Intuition as open channeling. Listening to the still, small voice within is a form of channeling. We say intuition involves knowing something without knowing how we know it. Have you ever had the experience of making a statement with conviction, then wondering afterward, as you marveled at the truth of what you said, how did I know that? We say, you were channeling information intuitively. In channeling, the intuitive connection, William Cayce and Melanie Brannan define channeling as a form of intuition, as an inner process, an intuitive connection with a universal but unseen source of information and insight. John Climo, in Channeling, Investigations on Receiving Information from Paranormal Sources, calls intuition open channeling. He includes inspiration and creativity as other forms of open channeling, which he defines as the ability to act as a vehicle for thoughts, images, feelings, and information coming from a source that is beyond the individual's self and from beyond ordinary reality, as we know it. A source that is not identifiable and does not identify itself. Cayce would call this channeling the higher self, the soul self, that is in touch with the universal consciousness. Cayce's trance state could be considered an example of open channeling developed to the state of universal clairvoyance. Like other forms of intuition, the open channeling we call intuition often occurs in response to a need. As a speaker, and I've heard similar stories from other speakers, I sometimes digress from my planned remarks and launch into an impromptu commentary. While my mouth is churning out this material, I often marvel at the source of the ideas. Hey, that's pretty good stuff, I may think to myself. After the talk, someone invariably approaches me and says they weren't sure why they came to the lecture, but my spontaneous remarks about so-and-so answered a real need. Open channeling can have a psychic component as well. Often open channeling is prompted by a question. In lecturing, I have found that the question and answer session at the end often involves instances of inspired speech. A person's question and the feelings that I sense behind the question often trigger an intuitive response. It was said of Cayce that when he went into his trance, if he wasn't asked a question promptly, he would go to sleep. I myself have felt that the energy of the question often is the source of inspiration for the answer. Cayce maintained that the desire of the questioner determined the type of material that came through his trance channel. It reminds me of how often I have heard that deciding on the most appropriate question is often most of the battle in getting the most helpful answer. Channeling intuition, inspirational writing. Cayce gave a form for people to experience open channeling. It is an extension of the first exercise, learning to listen to the still, small voice. The first exercise Cayce gave has two uses. First, it is useful to get acquainted with the intuitional force within and how it appears or feels to you. The second use is for using intuition to comment on a decision or choice. For more open-ended situations where you desire something beyond a simple yes/no answer, Cayce suggested a different kind of experiment, inspirational writing. Helen Cohn Schuckman channeled A Course in Miracles through a process of inspirational writing. It began with the experience of an inner voice. She had experienced other inner events, so she was already sensitive to inner promptings. She wrote a few lines at first, then stopped. She had a hard time accepting the phenomenon, but the inner promptings did not stop. She described the process as like taking dictation. She was not in a trance. It was not automatic writing. Robert Scutch's Journey Without Distance about this inspired text shows what can be accomplished through inspirational writing. Learning to listen to the yes/no response of the inner voice would certainly be a good way to practice before attempting inspirational writing, for in this approach to channeling, more than simply yes or no will be expressed. After you feel comfortable responding to the inner self, you might attempt some inspirational writing. The easiest way to understand this form of open channeling is by observing your breathing and how it operates and interacts with your awareness of it. Most of the time we pay no attention to our breathing. It is automatic. Now, for a moment, pay attention to it. When you first notice your breathing, you have the sensation that your thoughts are controlling your breath, the timing of inhalation and exhalation. Try to relax. Then in a moment, gently observe your breathing and see if you can observe it without controlling it. If you relax and are patient enough, you will gradually begin to witness your breathing as it happens, all by itself, the way it happens all the time, on its own when you are not paying any attention to it. Observing your breathing without interfering with it is an ancient form of meditation. If you practice it, you will find that during the exhalation, you let go and become very relaxed. And during the inhalation, you witness the mystery of inspiration. That the word inspire is used to describe the intake of breathing may give you a clue about inspiration as it is used in creativity. The processes are related. Now let's consider three forms of writing. The first is conscious intentional writing. This is what we all do on our first attempt, as with the first attempt at observing our breath. We feel we are in control, that we have to think up what to write. and we are conscious of our choice of words or of our lack of words to express what is on our mind. We sit back and try to think up something to write, and then write it down. That is intentional writing. Another form is automatic writing. Just as we can breathe automatically without paying any attention to the process, it is possible for some people to write without paying any attention to their writing. By distracting, blocking, or blanking the mind, they have learned to let the unconscious speak directly through their writing. The writer is unconscious of what is being written. At the time of writing, the person is in some form of dissociated state, distracted, or in trance. Automatic writing is one form of channeling entities, disincarnate spirits, or multiple personalities. It is a form of channeling that Cayce and others familiar with its hazards often warned about using. In automatic breathing, when we become upset, our breath responds accordingly. Sometimes we breathe fast, and sometimes we actually stop breathing, or hold back the breath. The breath expresses the problem or upset. In the same way, automatic writing can express the discord, fear, and groping in a person's life. Or it can express power strivings, struggles to achieve, to get on top, or to get one's way. It can be seductive. It doesn't necessarily express the best, nor is it the most creative. The third form, inspirational writing, is like observing your breathing without interfering with it. With inspirational writing, you are aware of the purpose of the writing, and you are aware of what you write as you write it. But you experience the writing as almost happening by itself. To perform inspirational writing, you reverse the usual procedure. Normally, as in conscious, intentional writing, you first think up what you want to say, then you record your thoughts. In inspirational writing, you do the reverse. You begin by writing with your purpose in mind, and you observe what you write. You are not recording your thoughts on paper, but rather you are noting in awareness what you write. To prepare for inspirational writing, it helps to focus on your breathing for a moment, reminding yourself that you can be aware of your breathing without stopping the flow before you begin each writing exercise. Before you begin, it is important to meditate. In meditation, we try to quiet the mind and tune into our highest thoughts. Highest means the most universal perspective. With meditation comes the sense of peace and of being at one with life. Often, if questions are posed, a very different sort of answer is given. Meditation itself is a form of channeling the creative forces throughout our body. Cayce suggests setting an atmosphere conducive to inspirational writing. Dim lighting, perhaps some quiet music. Incense may be appropriate if it reminds you of an elevated state of consciousness. Then set your pen to paper. Following the ideas we have set forth about intuition operating on a need-to-know basis, it is better to choose a topic that concerns you deeply. If you will listen or accept what is there, the ideas will emerge for you to set down on paper. Intuition then is exercised with the purpose of identifying what our gut tells us. Simply begin to write, noting what is being written. Don't wait for an experience of being dictated to. Journal writing has recently become popular as a form of gaining inspiration and using intuition. As a result, other inspirational methods have been developed. Ira Progoff, in developing his intensive journal method, for example, suggests writing a dialogue between yourself and your higher self. You pose the questions, and your higher self answers them. I have found that people often get very good information this way, but it is important to ask follow-up questions and not simply accept high-minded statements at face value. For example, perhaps your higher self writes, "Be at peace with yourself." You recognize this as good advice and may be tempted to accept it as given. Later, however, you realize that you don't know how to be at peace with yourself. So you ask a follow-up question, "How can I be at peace with myself?" Then your higher self will answer in more detail. Cayce advised not to look upon inspirational writing as a phenomenal object of curiosity, although it may be. Instead, try to take something from the writing and put it into practice. If you act on the guidance given, testing out the ideas, you will form a stronger link with your source of intuition. The next time you attempt to do inspirational writing to channel intuition, the information will be noticeably better. Intuition in business. It's the Imagineers versus the engineers in the business of the future, says Weston Edgar, a political scientist and psychologist who consults for business training intuition. He is the author of the best-selling book, Intuitive Management. Business is quick to adopt something that works, and intuition is big business to those who can teach it. Business people have always used their intuition, and many even knew that they were doing so. But most have not recognized it as such, or have kept it a secret. Now, however, intuition is coming out of the closet. Several years ago, Douglas Dean of the Newark College of Engineering tested his theory that capable managers are probably good at ESP. His executive ESP is full of stories of business hunches that paid off in a big way. Many business people have mentioned the use of intuition in preparing sealed bids. Besides evaluating all the known facts and information, they used their hunches about how the numbers would come out in the bids. Dean bet that ESP played a role in intuitive decisions, so he tested managers with a special ESP game that involved predicting the future. Dean devised an experiment that was almost like a lottery. He asked the managers to guess a 100-digit number that a computer would generate later through a random process. The type of ESP required was precognition. After the managers' guesses had been made, the computer generated the number series, and the managers' scores were tabulated. Dean tested hundreds of managers and also maintained profiles of them. He found that those managers who were responsible for companies that made good profits were significantly more accurate in their ESP prognostications than were the less successful managers. His work provided evidence for the role of ESP in the intuitive business decisions of executives and was a primary instigator in the development of the current interest in business intuition. Cayce was often asked business questions, and many business people asked him about their use of intuition and psychic ability in business affairs. His advice was to adopt a holistic approach. He emphasized the importance of founding a business on a high ideal. Trying to develop a good product that would serve people well is a prime example of such an ideal, and it also makes good sense in business. He promised that a business that was sincerely founded on such a spiritual ideal would be a natural for success. He once indicated that AT&T, for example, because of its original ideal of helping people to communicate, would have a hard time failing, in spite of poor business practices. The second aspect of Cayce's advice was for the business person to combine the study of the facts of the business with self-study and the study of spiritual laws. He indicated that the business person would find that the patterns in the business and the patterns in the person's life overlapped, and they reflected the patterns of spiritual truths. In such a context, the business person could expect to receive intuitive and psychic guidance concerning the business. Cayce approached intuition holistically, as a creative expression of the whole person, not simply a special single muscle to be used from time to time. I have found that true in my own work, as well as in training people in creativity. I ask them to focus on a specific dilemma in their work and try to do their best. Their obstacles at work also reflect their own internal problems, as well as universal patterns concerning life's difficulties. Although it is commonly assumed that one should keep one's personal and professional lives separate, the separation is artificial and cuts a person off from sources of inspiration in both areas. I once worked with one artist, a ceramic designer who was dissatisfied with the textures she was able to produce on dinnerware. We spent a lot of time talking about what bowls and plates meant to her. She had her private meanings, which she didn't think were particularly relevant, as well as her public, professional rationale concerning dishes. She then had a dream about a shrimp boat. Discussion of that dream revealed a worry that she would miss the boat, a concern she had about her life in general as well as about her art, a fear that she didn't have what it takes, or that she had the wrong stuff and would get left behind. I had the impression that she had the right stuff, but was sitting on it because it didn't match what she thought was expected and professionally appropriate, or because it wouldn't gain her the recognition she sought. She was approaching her work left-hand, as it were, since she kept her better hand behind her back, a genuine inner self. When she got to talking about shrimp, I noticed that although she said she didn't like them, she was able to describe their texture in some detail. It seemed as if she resonated deeply to the texture of shrimp shells, so I suggested that she explore this texture in her ceramics. Out of this exploration came a new textual vocabulary which she developed in her work. As part of this artistic breakthrough also came more self-acceptance and confidence concerning the value of her own inclinations. The professional and personal dimensions grew simultaneously. Confidence to be yourself in your work seems to be an important ingredient in creativity and intuitive functioning in one's business. Here is another dimension of the holistic nature of intuition. It is the quality of the person that determines creativity, intuition, and psychic awareness. Intuition, creativity, and psychic awareness, the personal pattern. Note: Cayce maintained that intuition is an inner response, and the intuitive person is one who is familiar with the inner self. Intuition is an expression of the whole person. It is not just a simple technique or an isolated skill. This is Cayce's holistic viewpoint, and the evidence seems to be in Cayce's favor. The personality profile of the intuitive person matches the profile for creativity and psychic ability, just as Cayce had maintained. Let's look at how researchers have identified that profile. An experiment that has proved highly influential in the history of personality tests and research requires one to respond on the basis of an inner feeling. It is called the rod and frame test. Imagine this situation. You are seated in a chair in a darkened room. On the other side of the room hangs an illuminated rod, a smooth, straight stick. The rod is hanging fairly straight up and down, but it can be rotated slightly by a control knob that you have in your hand. Your task is to turn the knob back and forth until the rod is straight up and down, along a true vertical. The test doesn't measure eyesight, but whether you can determine, from your inner sense, when the rod is vertical. To do that, you have to align yourself inwardly with gravity and with the rod and make a comparison between the rod's position and your sense of the vertical. People vary in their ability to make a correct determination of the vertical. The real test comes when a frame is placed around the rod. The frame is purposely put a bit off the vertical, and then you have to determine the verticality of the rod. It is easy to be misled by the frame. Solving the test requires ignoring what your outer directed senses are telling you in favor of cues you are getting from your body. You need your outer directed senses to examine the verticality of the rod, but you have to ignore what your senses are telling you about the frame. The measure of verticality has to come from within. People who can determine true verticality from this test are called field independent, because they can operate independently of the external field created by the frame. This experimental testing procedure has been used to good effect to predict such personality traits as creativity, openness to inner experience, dream recall, and other aspects of intuition. It is a good exam pie to show very concretely what it means to be in touch with one's inner self. A similar pattern of traits has been found among intuitive people. Malcolm Westcott, in Toward a Contemporary Psychology of Intuition, described his extensive research on a particular type of intuition, the ability to perceive patterns. For example, in the number series 1, 2, 1, 2, what comes next? Easy, it's 1. What about this series? 1, 4, 5, 2. What comes next? Not so easy. What if I show some more of it? 1, 4, 5, 2, 5, 6, 3, 6, 7. What comes next? The answer is 4. The series is made of triplets. 4, 7, 8 comes up next. Westcott presented such number series and determined how many numbers the person needed to see before being willing to make a guess, and how accurate the guess was. The number series were based on patterns, not complicated mathematical configurations. He felt that it was a fair measure of intuition, in that it asked a person to attempt to go beyond the information given and detect a pattern. The role of ESP could not be ruled out in his tests, although he did not consider that factor in his treatment of intuition. He also gave the people extensive personality testing to see what traits corresponded with this type of intuitive ability. The intuitive person needed little information and formed the correct guess. Westcott found these people to be creative, confident, and self-sufficient, independent, and spontaneous. They based their identity on personal and inner factors, rather than on membership in any group or class. They were resistant to outside control, willing to risk criticism, and capable of handling doubt and uncertainty. They tended to be a bit unconventional and were comfortable with it, and they scored high on field independence, that trait measured by tests such as the rod and frame experiment. Parapsychologists have found that creativity tests can predict performance in ESP situations. For example, Gertrude Schmeitler tested students' ability to predict the sequence of patterns that a computer would generate through a random process. She also tested them on various creativity tasks, such as thinking of different uses for a brick. She found that the students who exhibited the most ESP also scored the highest in creativity. Meditation and the development of the intuitive personality. Meditation calls for a lifetime of meditation. Meditation seems to be the best all-round approach to developing the personal pattern that highly intuitive people display. The pattern, manifesting as intuition, creativity, and psychic ability, is composed of such traits as field independence, openness and trust in one's inner experience, spontaneity, self-confidence, tolerance of ambiguity and doubt, and a willingness to risk criticism, to name but a few of the attributes of the inner-directed person. This profile fits with Cayce's assertion that intuition comes from within. It might seem that to develop all these traits, a complete personality makeover would be required. But a personality change is not what is needed. It is learning to look and know what is within. To develop a personal profile conducive to intuition, it is not necessary to see a psychologist. In Focusing, Yuhi Yendlin discusses the ability to look within and describes processes for doing so. In his research, he has found that psychotherapy is effective only to the extent that it trains this ability. He has found, as have many others, that the very act of learning how to focus on inner events, feelings, and images is itself therapeutic. So perhaps there is a more direct route to developing the various personality traits that support intuition. Cayce and others who have studied intuition seem to agree that meditation is the best training and preparation for the development of the intuitive personality. Meditation certainly is a process of turning within. Meditation can help us develop aspects of the intuitive profile. For example, meditation has been found to increase field independence. This effect makes sense, for through meditation, a person becomes more sensitive and familiar with inner sensations and signals. We become relaxed while in meditation, so the senses are easier to allow them to come along and pass by. Meditation researcher Daniel Goleman theorized that meditation is like a generic form of psychotherapy because while we meditate, we come to accept without distress whatever arises. We develop openness and self-acceptance during meditation. A recent study of meditation and psychotherapy conducted by Herbert Benson, MD of Harvard University, confirmed this theory. He found that meditators had various experiences during meditation that speeded up the process of therapy: childhood memories, new insights, release of suppressed emotions. Such events help us become more comfortable with our inner self, more tolerant of its expressions. Knowing what your feelings are, knowing when you are having them, being able to detect them, being able to identify them, respecting them. These traits are part of the package of self-acceptance that comes from personal growth, whether through therapy, meditation, or the school of life experience. Intuition depends on them, for it is necessary to be in touch with feelings to recognize intuition. Accepting feelings even when they don't correspond with one's thoughts and reasoning is part of acknowledging intuition. All these components of the profile of the intuitive personality can be developed through meditation. It is available to you at any moment. It is as easy as breathing. The inspiration of the energy that links us with all life. 5. Dreams, the psychic doorway. The chances are accelerant that a dream will provide your first psychic experience. My own interest in dreams was first inspired by this realization. I had a gifted artist friend, Jim Turrell, who was into Cayce and used his dreams as a guide. I heard of using dreams only in the context of psychotherapy. Jim's dreams excited him and gave an added dimension to his life. One day, he drove me to his new studio near the beach in Santa Monica. I was surprised when he said that he found this low-rent, spacious and enviably situated place through a dream. His dead father, he confided, had appeared to him in a dream, pointed out a building with its large windows painted over, and told him that it would make an excellent studio. Upon awakening, my friend drove around until he found the building he had seen in his dream. It was just what he wanted. On another occasion, Jim came by after a long absence and told me he had had a dream in which a mutual friend of ours was in serious trouble. He decided to make the long trip to see our friend and check it out. The dream had proved accurate and he was able to help. I was impressed, not just by his dreaming ability and his confidence in his dreams, which I had come to expect, but by his willingness to extend himself for a friend. It was all part of what he called the Cayce trip: attunement and service. Jim's life was exciting, and the idea of using dreams as a guide appealed to me. But I had not recalled a dream since childhood. At his suggestion, I made a resolution to keep a dream diary, and thus began a new relationship with dreams. I put the diary by my bed and went to sleep with the notion that the next day would be the first day of my new life. The next day came, but no dreams came along. Section 12. So did the next, and still no dreams. In fact, the first day of my new life didn't come along for 3 months. That's how long it took for my diary to sit by my bedside unused before I finally awakened with a dream. It was another 4 months before I had my second dream. My third dream didn't occur until about a year after I made my diary. But that first dream turned out to be one of the most significant of my life, for it initiated me into the spiritual process of recovery from alcoholism. As Charles Whitfield, MD, explains in Alcoholism and Spirituality, it is an approach that is now popular today in the field of New Age therapy. Although I didn't realize it until several years later, this dream proved to be prophetic, also about the type of dream research studies that I would later conduct. I wrote Getting Help from Your Dreams about that research, from all that I learned as a result of having had so much trouble remembering and interpreting my dreams. Of psychic experiences. The most common and one of the most useful forms of psychic ability that you can develop is in your dreams. That dreams can contain psychic information may come as no surprise to you. Chances are that if you have had any experience at all that makes you believe in the reality of psychic awareness, it came to you in a dream. Louisa E. Rhine, wife of J.B. Rhine and co-founder with her husband of the first parapsychology laboratory in the country at Duke University, tells stories from all over the world about psychic experiences, most of them involving dreams in hidden channels of the mind. Researchers at the University of Virginia, after surveying college students and local inhabitants of surrounding Charlottesville, found that the majority of reported psychic experiences involved dreams. In reviewing research into over 9,300 cases of documented psychic experiences, Ian Stevenson calculated that 57% of them happened in dreams. In Telepathic Impressions, Dr. Stevenson concluded that dreams are the primary psychic doorway. You have probably already had several psychic experiences in dreams without realizing it. Cayce was asked to interpret hundreds of dreams, and many times he pointed out psychic information in the dream. In many of these interpretations, as well as in documented cases from other sources, the person had no idea that the dream had a psychic source. Sometimes the dream seemed ordinary, other times not so ordinary. But the idea of its being psychic did not occur to the person until a later discovery proved it to be so. Chances are excellent that if you could produce a record of all the dreams you have ever had, remembered or not. Your own examination of these dreams would convince you that you have already had several psychic experiences. Psychic dreaming in the laboratory. One of the most convincing laboratory experiments demonstrating the reality of ESP in dreams was conducted at Maimonides Hospital in Brooklyn. A complete account of this work is given in Dream Telepathy by Montague Ullman, M.A., and Stanley Krippner, 5th October, the principal investigators. Their simple procedure is worth describing, for others have adapted it to perform their own experiments, as you may wish to do. If you were a participant in one of the experiments at Maimonides, you'd sleep in the laboratory, wired to electronic monitors used to determine when you were dreaming. In a different room, a person acting as your agent would stay awake all night and focus on a randomly selected piece of artwork, trying to send the images in the picture to your dreaming mind. The agent would examine the artwork, think about it, practice visualizing the picture in detail, recall personal memories that the picture evoked, imagine being in the picture, interacting with the scene, and otherwise become personally involved with the picture in the hopes of charging the ESP message with emotion. Whenever the electronic monitors indicated that you were dreaming, an experimenter would awaken you to collect your dream report. The next day, both you and independent judges would be shown a group of art prints and asked to identify the one used by the agent based upon the dream reports you provided the night before. For example, in one experiment, the target picture was Marc Chagall's Paris from a Window, which shows a man observing the colorful Paris skyline. The picture has several distinctive elements: a cat with a human face, several men flying in the air, and a chair sprouting flowers. Here are some of the excerpts from the 5 dream reports obtained that night. Bees flying around flowers. I was walking, for some reason, I say French Quarter, talking with a group of Shriners. They had on a hat that looked more like a French policeman's hat. Some sort of romantic type of architecture. Buildings. Village. Quaint. A man walking through one of these villages, these towns. It would definitely be in the 19th century, French attire. Walking up the side of a hill above the other layers of the town. It's a festive thing. The Mardi Gras type. Clearly, the dreams reflected the contents of the picture. Note, however, that the dreams are merely influenced by the picture. They are not distinctly about the picture, or about the person trying to send the picture. If the dreamer had a dream like that outside the ESP laboratory, it is doubtful he would have recognized it as ordinary telepathic. He probably would have regarded it as ordinary, never suspecting that it was the result of telepathy.
Tell him the girl's name.
Even in many of these experiments, the dreamer does not recognize the resemblance between the picture and the dreams, while the judges can clearly see the connection. Chances are that you have had several dreams that were the result of telepathy, and were never the wiser. Dreaming of the future. Cayce claimed that nothing of significance ever happened in our lives without our dreaming of it first. Perhaps dreaming of future events, precognitive dreaming, seems more far-fetched to you than telepathic dreaming, yet surveys have revealed that dreams about the future are much more common than telepathic dreams. One survey, reported in the March 1978 issue of Psychology Today by psychologist David Ryback, indicated that 8% of the population, or nearly 2 million Americans, has had a dream that came true. Perhaps it is because dreams about the future have a greater chance of being discovered, while many telepathic dreams remain undetected. The Maimonides group was able to demonstrate precognitive dreaming in the laboratory. Malcolm Besant, a psychic who had a history of being able to predict the future, volunteered for the study. The Maimonides method was changed in important ways to test for Besant's precognitive ability. The art prints that had served as the targets in the telepathy studies were elaborated into multi-sensory experiences. The plan was that after Besant slept in the lab and had his dreams, a scenario would be selected at random and Besant would be exposed to an experience based on that scenario. Besant's task was to dream of the experience before it had even been chosen. On one night, some of Besant's dreams included the following: impression of green and purple, small areas of white and blue, a building, a patient, a white coat like a doctor's coat, hostility toward me by people in a group I was in daily contact with. They were doctors and medical people. Drinking, eating. The next morning, an experimenter who knew nothing of Besant's dreams randomly selected a scenario. It turned out to be one based on Van Gogh's hospital corridor at Saint-Remy, which portrays a patient in the hallway of a mental hospital. The colors in the painting are orange, green, deep blue, and white. The experiential scenario designed around this picture was then carried out on Besant. Music from Rosa's Spellbound was played, and he was addressed as Mr. Van Gogh by the experimenter, who was dressed in a white coat. He was then shown several slides of mental patients. He himself was treated like a patient, given a pill and a glass of water. He was disinfected with acetone daubed on him with a cotton swab, then led through a darkened hallway out of the laboratory to the experimenter's office. Besant knew the experimenter personally and found it strange to be treated this way, even though he knew it was part of the experiment. He sensed a definite subjective connection between his dream and the experiences he was led through the next morning. Independent judges agreed. When given a transcript of the dreams and 8 different art pictures and associated experiential scenarios to evaluate, they unanimously chose the corridor experience as most closely matching Besant's dreams. In all, Besant spent 16 nights in the lab trying to dream precognitively of the scenario that would be selected for him the next morning. On 14 of these 16 experiments, the judges correctly matched Besant's dreams with the scenario that was chosen the following morning. The dreams were the creative enigma of the dream. Decades before this research, Edgar Cayce advised that dreams were the most readily available avenue to psychic awareness. He encouraged people to recall their dreams, to study them. He indicated that any aspect of ESP, any reality encountered in an altered state of consciousness, or any other mystery of the mind, including death, could be experienced and explored in dreams. He also indicated that dreams were the safest way to explore these regions. In making this claim, Cayce was speaking out of an ancient tradition. Nothing in the history of human experience has had such a profound impact on culture as the dream. In Our Dreaming Mind, History and Psychology, Robert van der Kassel describes dreams that led to the world's religions, including Buddhism, Mohammedanism, and Christianity, as well as dreams that resulted in scientific discoveries, inventions, and works of art. He also describes dreams that played a role in world history and shaped political careers, led to the recovery of lost objects or treasures, or offered advice on the stock market. Dreams have also been an inspiration and an enigma to philosophers. But what is a dream? What happens when we dream? The nocturnal experience seems real, and yet it did not actually happen. If the dream is real, it is some other kind of reality. Some have called it a vision in the night, suggesting that the experience was real but on a different plane of reality. Others have called it a trip the soul makes to account for the presence of faraway scenes. Each explanation is an attempt to account for the apparent reality of the dream. Interesting. Edgar Cayce incorporated both views into his explanation. Falling asleep. Dawn of psychic awareness. One way to develop psychic awareness, suggested Cayce, is to be more observant of the process of falling asleep. Cayce explains that as we go to sleep, our sensitivity changes to a different level of vibration, a different frequency. In the sleeping state, our psychic self emerges. It is rather like the stars. They are always there, but we can't see them in the daytime because the sun is too bright. Cayce called sleep the shadow of death. He said it was like death in 2 respects. First, because consciousness becomes unaware of physical conditions surrounding the body, and second, because there awakens a larger awareness that transcends time and space, an awareness available after death. Cayce described the awakening of the 6th sense in sleep as occurring through a similar process. Why not try to stay awake and meet it? When falling asleep, Cayce points out, we become less aware in the normal sense. The mind of the physical body, the cerebral spinal system of muscles and sensory impressions, is shutting down. You may have experienced this shutting down, for example when drifting off to sleep in front of the TV, or when someone was reading aloud. Suddenly, you realized that you haven't been hearing what was going on, but were in a world of your own. Your conscious mind was going to sleep, and you were awakening to your subconscious mind. Cayce qualifies his statement about the senses shutting down by pointing out that they remain alert to the extent necessary to remain on guard for the protection of the sleeping person. He says that it is as if we keep an ear cocked in case some event should require us to awaken and take action. It's likely that you suddenly woke up to the TV set or to the person reading because you heard something of special importance. While consciousness is shutting down its response to most physical information, it is simultaneously opening up to information from the imagination of the subconscious mind. Falling asleep may be defined as reversing the usual situation. The outside becomes unconscious, and the subconscious becomes conscious. We exchange waking reality for dreaming reality. Here is the shift of vibration that corresponds with falling asleep. Our vibrational pattern shifts, and we tune to a different spectrum of reality. That we are still aware of our imagination and of unconscious processes is another aspect of Cayce's assertion that sleep is like death. For in both states we interact with these dimensions. It is not surprising then that Cayce was sometimes asked by people about strange experiences that occur upon falling asleep. Hearing voices, unusual changes in the perception of the body, and such are commonplace in that twilight zone. As we continue to fall asleep, according to Cayce, our senses undergo a change. Hearing, for example, becomes activated throughout the body. Listen to what your body is trying to tell you. Have you ever heard that advice? It is a suggestion to pay attention to subtle clues from your body. The subconscious mind does just that during sleep. It operates not just through the brain, but through the lymph centers and the sympathetic nervous system. That is why we often have dreams about the condition of the body that warn us of possible health problems before they are diagnosed by a physician. In The Dream Worlds of Pregnancy, Eileen Stokane describes how women commonly dream of the development of the fetus during pregnancy. Such awareness during sleep, Cayce would have us imagine, is like listening with the third ear. He calls the awareness that awakens in us as we fall asleep the sixth sense. It is a form of ESP. As our awareness diffuses throughout the body, we awaken to our psychic awareness. Dreams are one of the experiences of this sixth sense. What is a dream? Cayce likens the process of dreaming to the mythical and biblical theme of death and resurrection. When Jesus died in the body, he was reborn in a spirit form. Similarly, in the process of falling asleep, we die to our physical existence, but awaken to our spiritual reality. Cayce indicates that the dreamer is the soul. When we fall asleep, our soul awakens. A dream is an experience of the soul. What does the soul do when it dreams? The soul has universal awareness, which includes its memories from its experiences in past lives, particularly lessons learned. The soul, possessing the wisdom of multi-life experience, brings that perspective to bear as it reviews events and experiences of the previous day. This evaluation of a day's life from the overall perspective of several lifetimes is somewhat like the judgment parents make about events in the life of their child. The child's own values may appear particularly ironic, poignant, humorous, sad, or hopeful when viewed from the wider perspective of the adult. The purpose of dreaming. The purpose of dreams is guidance. Just as a parent evaluates the behavior of the child from an adult perspective, the soul examines the person's experiences from the viewpoint of lifetimes of learning. It is this experience of evaluation that is the dream, and the purpose of the dream. It is one of the main ways the soul has of guiding the person. How we are doing, what we are doing, where we are headed, is compared with where we really want to go, how we really want to be. Dreams are experiences of discovery. Aha! When we see from the soul's point of view what our daily experiences mean to us. You might say it is the comparison of ideals with reality. How does this guidance function? Cayce again uses one of the attunement words. He says that the soul's experience or evaluative perception during the dream resonates with us after we awaken. The dream content we recall is what we are able to remember of the soul's experience. For the soul, it was a discovery experience, but we recall it as a story with strange symbols. Even if we do not understand the symbols, or even if we do not recall the dream, we are left with the effects of the soul's experience resonating within us when we awaken. So, sometimes we awaken in a particular mood that is a carryover of a dream, an echo of the soul's experience. The soul, having formed over many lifetimes an ideal such as love or peace, compares that ideal with the previous day's activities as we sleep. It can ache, mourn, or wish that our daily experience would profit by what was learned in the past. Those feelings, the aching or mourning, carry over into our mood the next day, shaping our emotions and behavior. In this way, the soul, through its dreams, offers to guide us. Cayce's view of the function of dreams resembles several currently popular theories of dreaming. First, it is almost universally accepted that dreams are necessary to our survival, that we have a need to dream. Theorists differ on what happens in a dream that is so important. Many have adopted the view that dreams are the brain's way of sorting through the day's memories and organizing them for long-term storage, putting recent memories into the context of a lifetime of learning. Experiments have shown, for example, that a person who is prevented from dreaming is likely to have a poorer memory of the previous day's events. A good book that represents this point of view is Landscapes of the Night by Christopher Evans. His computer processing theory parallels Cayce's view. Both argue that dreams are a way to review the day's experience in terms of past experience. Evans asserts that the brain reviews the day's events in the manner of a computer. Cayce claims the soul does the reviewing, scanning memories from more than this one life. Carl Jung's theory of dreams fits nicely between modern computer theories and Cayce. Jung also believed that the purpose of dreaming was for guidance. Jung was not averse to referring to the soul as the source of guidance, for he believed he had found evidence that, during dreams, the mind is able to scan information that lies beyond the time and space constraints of the person's own lifetime. Jung envisioned the guidance operating through a process he called compensation. In his view, a dream provided a compensatory experience, something that would balance out the experiences of the day to make a more rounded total experience. His theory of guidance is thus much like Cayce's, as he too found that the dream experience itself often accomplished the purpose of the dream. Jung believed that dream interpretation was something the conscious person could do in order to have a better appreciation for the movements within, but was not necessary to accomplish those movements. It was better, he felt, to be able to work with the dream, because then you could participate and cooperate with the movement the dream had initiated. We do not have to interpret dreams in order for them to do their job. This makes sense. We recall so few of our dreams and understand fewer of them. If the dream were dependent on our being able to recall and understand it in order for it to fulfill its purpose, we would be in a sorry state. Remembering dreams. If you have trouble remembering your dreams, you are not alone. Estimates have suggested that perhaps as much as 90% of the dream life of the total population is never recalled. That is quite a waste of a valuable resource, to be sure, and unnecessary. Cayce indicated that anyone could remember their dreams with only a little effort. He thought that a person who wasn't remembering them was simply being negligent. Laboratory studies have provided substantial insights into what affects memory for dreams. Under ideal laboratory conditions, where a person can be awakened immediately following a dream period, about 80% of these awakenings yield some memory for a dream. If the person moves while waking up, dream recall will be less. The more time that elapses between the time of the dream and the time the person wakes up, the more difficult it is to remember the dream. Similarly, the more mental activity there is between the time of awakening and the time the person attempts to recall the dream, the less can be recalled. Unless you learn to wake up after each dream during the night, therefore the most likely dream you will recall is the last you had, which may occur shortly before you awaken in the morning. As soon as you begin to wake up, try to think about what you were dreaming. Don't move. Lie still, with your eyes closed. Examine how you feel. Notice what thoughts are running through your mind. How you feel and what you find yourself thinking about are important clues to what you were dreaming. Experimental studies have proved, and personal experience bears it out, that the motivation to remember your dreams is very important, perhaps almost as important, if not more so, than technique, as Cayce suggested. Having a specific reason to dream is helpful. Making an advance commitment with someone else to discuss your dream is also helpful. The motivation to remember your dreams expresses itself in your activities before going to bed. In one of my own studies, I found that when people write in their diaries the night before, they are more likely to remember a dream the next morning. It seems that spending some time before sleep in an introspective activity not only is an expression of an interest in our internal affairs, but also prompts us to be ready to recall dreams. Placing a pad of paper and pen by the bedside is also expressive of a readiness to recall dreams. Finally, it is natural when motivated to remember a dream to imagine doing so when going to bed the night before. Mentally rehearsing the idea of waking up in the morning with a dream and writing it down is an effective autosuggestion. For many people, these hints are sufficient to bring about memory of their dreams. If you are not so lucky, neither was I. I had to put in a lot of effort and study to learn how to remember my dreams. I still do not regularly recall dreams without motivation or effort. I have learned that it is important to distinguish between the ability to remember dreams, which can be innate or learned, but not necessarily used, and the motivation to remember dreams, which may vary from day to day. Only if a person makes a persistent effort to recall dreams and still fails can it be concluded that there may be some problem, either a lack of developed skill or an emotional block. If you have trouble remembering dreams, here is my effort test to help you determine whether it is ability or motivation that may be lacking. Make a commitment to yourself that for 7 days you will do the following. Have a pad and pencil by your bed. Upon awakening in the morning, remain still with your eyes closed for at least 2 minutes. During that time, simply wait to see if any dream memories come to you. Then, without getting out of bed, write down on your pad anything that comes to mind, whether you recall a dream or not. Write down any feelings or thoughts that went through your mind when you woke up. Write at least one entire page of material, even if you have to make it up. One of 3 things will happen. 1, you will remember a dream, and you'll be on your way. 2, you'll faithfully complete the 7-day experiment, but with no dream recall. And 3, you won't be able to complete the experiment. If yours is the second result and you find yourself feeling sad and disappointed, then it's skill that you need to develop. If you don't feel much of anything about the results, or if yours is the third result, then you're probably blocking, and I would suggest taking up meditation. Meditation is known for dissolving emotional blocks. It not only improves dream recall, but increases ESP ability, as we shall see in the next chapter. So there is good news. If you don't remember your dreams, then learning how to do so, either by developing the ability or in conjunction with practicing meditation to loosen any blocks, is going to increase your psychic awareness. Much of the same internal sensitivity that goes into learning to recall a dream is also involved in psychic awareness. Both require learning how to resonate to unseen targets until they pop into awareness. I attribute the birth of my own psychic awareness to learning how to lie still in the morning, being patient with my blank mind, until finally an image of a dream appears. Another component of remembering dreams is learning to be reminded of a dream later in the day by some accidental incident. Again, learning to be sensitive to the prompting of invisible factors, in this case, an unremembered dream that you are being unconsciously reminded of, pays off in developing sensitivity to the feelings, images, and other subtle promptings that are often the media of psychic impressions. So get on with it. A dream journal. Keeping a dream journal is the second step in working with dreams to develop psychic awareness. Get in the habit of writing your dreams down. Not only will this practice help convince your unconscious that you value your dreams, but it will also help you appreciate the psychic dimension of dreams. Remember, the most common form of psychic experience in dreams is dreaming about the future. Learn a lesson from John Donne. He kept a dream diary for several years, along with a personal diary of events and feelings during the day. Later, he went back over the two diaries and compared them. He found many examples where a dream would contain an image that would later appear in real life. He concluded that it was equally likely for an image in a dream to be based upon an experience in the future as based on an experience in the past. This discovery led him to write his influential book, An Experiment in Time. I have kept diaries of my dreams and daily experiences for several years, and I found the same pattern as Donne. Without knowing it at the time of the dream, I later discovered that many of my dreams were precognitive. These precognitive dreams weren't always about the future. Some were, of course, as Cayce has claimed. Remember, he said that anything of importance that will ever happen to you will be previewed in a dream. Most of my precognitive dreams were about the present, but they borrowed from future experiences, often trivial, in order to construct their story. If I had not kept a diary and a dream journal, I would not have noticed these correspondences. Your dream body, if necessary, can reach out into the future just as easily as it can reach into the past to locate the experiences it wants to study. Do write your dreams down so you won't miss out on this fascinating example of the infinite reach of the mind. Interpreting dreams through attunement. What first attracted me to studying Cayce was his conviction that people could learn to interpret their own dreams. At the time he said it, that was a rare idea. Throughout history, dream interpretation has been relegated to experts. Long before interest in dreams became part of the human potential movement, Cayce urged people to learn to interpret their own dreams. He argued that the symbols in the dreams come from within us, and thus we are the best interpreters of our own dreams. He also urged us to consider dream interpretation as a process, something that we were to engage in over a period of time with the dreams that we had. That is, instead of thinking that your interpretive efforts are only successful if you were able to come up with the interpretation, realize that simply the act of struggling with the dream is of value in itself. Finally, he stressed the importance of trying to find something from your interpretive efforts that you might apply or try out in practice as an experiment to test your understanding of the dream. He promised that our dreams are responsive to our efforts to understand them. Our dreaming self is like a person in its own right, watching us, trying to determine our attitude toward our dreaming self. When that dreaming self sees us trying, it tries to help us by presenting dreams again with a new twist, making certain symbols easier to understand, correcting erroneous interpretations, steering us in a different direction in terms of our applications. Jung came close to this orientation when he said that dreams were self-corrective to our attempts to interpret them. But he did not go so far as to suggest that they would become actively involved in helping us learn to interpret them. Cayce promised that help was waiting for us if we would but try, and so excreten. Are there specific techniques to use to realize the messages of your dreams? Cayce taught two major tools: attunement and recognizing patterns. To attune to a dream, meditate on it by sitting quietly and making the dream the mantra, or focus of meditation. I have found many times, with myself and others, that the following technique pays off. Begin a process of meditation. Then have a friend read the dream aloud. As you hear the dream in the meditative state, all sorts of novel ideas about the meaning of the dream appear spontaneously. While still in meditation, speak aloud any ideas that come to you. Another level of attunement is to relive the dream in your imagination, over and over again, letting the feelings in the dream seep in. To Cayce, a dream was an experience the soul has while the body sleeps. The soul guides the conscious mind through the resonating effects of the dream experience. The dream itself, then, is the best version of the dream, for, as the saying goes, the dream accomplishes itself. That is, even though the dream may manifest as a series of symbols and strange experiences, that is only how we are recalling the soul's experience. If we attune ourselves to the dream story as we remember it, the soul's experience will begin to penetrate into our consciousness. As in telepathy or clairvoyance, where information is transferred when we attune to the vibrations of the object of knowledge, so the meaning of a dream is transferred to us while we attune ourselves to the dream. Another level of attuning to a dream is to become one with it, with each and every symbol. In today's popular parlance, this means you mentally become the symbol and role-play it. Imagine being the tree, the dog, the running. How does it feel? What other images and thoughts arise? You may find yourself engaged in imaginative play with elements of the dream, having dialogues, changing the endings, and becoming influenced and creatively active within the story of the dream itself. Much of modern expressive dream interpretation methods can be derived from Cayce's suggestion to meditate upon a dream. Looking for patterns. Plausible. Aristotle once said that in order to become a good interpreter of dreams, one needs to learn how to recognize resemblances. Seeing resemblances means being able to recognize similarity of patterns. Cayce's major statement about interpreting dreams was to correlate those truths of the dream with those found in one's life. That is, find resemblances between patterns in the dream with patterns found in one's life. There are many specific ways to correlate patterns. Take the dream as a whole and look for the pattern of the dream story. Search for the theme of the dream. For example, if the nursery rhyme, "Mary had a little lamb," were a dream, the pattern of that story might be, someone has something that follows it loyally. The next step is to find a similar pattern in one's own life. Where in one's life has one noticed that there is something that is always there, following along? One's shadow? What else? Examine the patterns inherent in the specific symbols. For a start, you might try to locate the source of the symbols. For example, is the image a memory from childhood? Something from yesterday's experience? Does it resemble something you were thinking about, a worry or a concern? Does the image remind you of a bodily process, digestion, elimination, nerve transmission? Plumbing and electrical wiring in a house can often be likened to the workings of the body. Does the image remind you of something from your religious upbringing? Religion is a more frequent source of dream symbolism than is generally suspected, even among people who don't consider themselves religious. Finally, the source of the symbol may lie within the universal consciousness. It may be what is called a universal symbol. In the nursery rhyme, "Mary had a little lamb," the lamb could refer to Jesus. He is always there, waiting to be called upon, often neglected or sacrificed in favor of some goal of expediency, in the same way we often ignore our real inner self in favor of looking good or measuring up. The idea that you might have to study and learn about universal symbols should not discourage you. Although it does help to read widely in the world's symbolic literature, it is really not necessary. In fact, to do so often defeats the purpose, especially if this kind of book learning tempts you to interpret symbols by rote. If universal symbols can spontaneously appear in your dreams, independent of your ever having encountered them in your life, then it must also be true that you can spontaneously understand the meaning of the symbol without doing special reading. Often when a person has a dream with a universal symbol and becomes one with it, role-playing that symbol for a while, some piece of the universal understanding that is contained in the symbol will filter into the person's consciousness. The universal nature of the symbol will pattern the person's imagination as the role-playing proceeds. Dreams are a complete resource. According to Cayce, all you need do is attune to them. Try out your ideas in practice, and the meaning of the symbols will be given. Your interpretation in application. Cayce proposed that if you would develop at least some kind of interpretation of your dream, then apply that insight as best you can, subsequent dreams would be easier to understand and would help you to modify your insight toward a better understanding of the truth. I had a chance to test this hypothesis with a group of 200 ARE members who participated in a 28-day experiment on seeking guidance from dreams. Their participants each attempted to solve a personal problem by developing a solution from their dreams, following the format of my self-help program, the Dream Quest Workbook. The program helped them develop specific ideas from their dreams concerning steps toward a solution to their chosen problem. They kept daily logs on various aspects of their behavior during the project. These logs measured the amount of dream recall, how easy to understand these dreams were without interpretive work, how much time was spent in meditation, and how much effort was given to applying a dream insight toward the solution of their personal problem. At the end of the study, we used these daily logs to provide a statistical analysis of behavioral patterns. The analysis confirmed a finding from an earlier study. There was more dream recall on mornings following a day that included meditation than following days that did not include meditation. Meditation, as we mentioned earlier, does aid dream recall. With regard to the dreams themselves, however, and how easy they were to understand, meditation did not have much effect. Dreams following days that included activities intended to apply insights from previous dreams were found to be much clearer in their meaning than dreams following days that included no attempts at application. Learning to understand dreams proceeds like science. Test your ideas with experiments and you'll gain insights, often in unexpected places. Dreaming with a purpose. Dream incubation. In the study just described, the participants were practicing a form of dream incubation, actively preparing themselves to have dreams that would speak to their needs. They found answers to questions and solutions to problems by engaging in a repeated cycle of dream incubation, dream interpretation, and application of the interpretation. Dreams speak to our needs, and sometimes to our specific intentions as well. They do so whether we ask them to or not. But when we do ask, we can quicken the process of becoming better acquainted with dreams. It is a common occurrence for someone to read about a dream phenomenon only to have that same phenomenon occur in a later dream. The person wanted a personal experience and their dreams provided one. That is a process of unintentional or unconscious dream incubation. To incubate a dream is to plant a seed about a dream, allowing it to sprout into an actual dream experience. Edison patented a parabolic. Intentional dream incubation involves consciously asking for a particular kind of dream, or a dream about a particular topic. Cayce frequently advised that we dream with a purpose. Forget the popular notion that dreams are random gurglings or involuntary mental spasms. You owe it to yourself to learn from experience that dreams are sources of guidance. Cayce invites us to go to sleep being aware that we could be guided while we slept. So we might, therefore, think about what we want guidance about. In other words, he suggested that we look to dreams as a responsive resource, and thus that we approach that resource with forethought and preparation. That is, dream incubation. There are many ways to practice dream incubation: the way you spend your day, what occupies your mind, and where your interests are most intensely activated will have a great influence on your dreams. Dreams also tend to complete unfinished business and incomplete tasks. It is possible to incubate a dream without any specific technique, but simply by thinking about your purpose for dreaming all day. Engage in activities that pertain to that purpose. My wife, for example, dreamed of the house that we should buy before we found it. How did she incubate that dream? Like anyone else, we made up a list of qualities we wanted in a house. We examined the real estate ads. We drove around town looking at houses and talking about where we would like to live and the importance of a house for our family's needs. On the morning that we were to meet with a real estate agent, however, my wife awakened with a dream of a particular house. It portrayed many details of the house and showed that it was located on a waterfront. When the agent took us to look at houses, the first house she showed us didn't seem like much from the outside. On the inside, however, it was exactly like my wife's dream. Looking out a rear window, we discovered that the backyard was on the shore of a lake. We were amazed at the uncanny correspondence. In the dream, We were happy in this house. We decided to stretch ourselves financially and buy it. 10 years earlier, Jim Turrell had inspired me by locating his studio through a dream, and now my wife had channeled a similar blessing for our family. Here, a precognitive dream was incubated simply by normal actions aimed at trying to reach an important goal. Another way to incubate a dream is to spend time before going to bed writing in your dream journal to develop a specific focus for dreaming. In Living Your Dreams, Gail Delaney suggests that you write about your question until you are able to develop a one-liner version that goes right to the heart of what you need to know. As you fall asleep, repeat this dream incubation phrase in your mind over and over again. It may well prompt a dream about that question. It has been found in the dream laboratory that what a person is thinking about upon falling asleep often appears in dreams that night. Whether you specifically repeat a specially phrased question or find yourself preoccupied with your question because of your efforts during the day, you will tend to dream about what is truly on your mind. Cayce reminds us that dreams can take us into whatever region of life we wish to explore, provided that during the day we are making equal efforts in that direction. To paraphrase the law of correspondence, as awake, so asleep. It's what's on your mind that counts. But whether you intend to or not, the statistical odds are that you will learn of your psychic abilities first in a dream. 6. Meditation. Attunement to ownness. Ever since Patanjali completed the Yoga Sutras in the 2nd century BC, it has been known that one of the side effects of regular meditation is the appearance of siddhis, or special paranormal powers. In the years since, meditation has probably become the most highly regarded practice for the development of psychic awareness. Patanjali's advice concerning paranormal powers: ignore them, because they are a distraction to the true goal of meditation, has also survived as the common wisdom. When people came to Cayce describing all kinds of phenomena that occurred during meditation, out-of-body experiences, hearing the music of the spheres, communication with the dead, and so on, his advice was usually to let it go and return to your meditative focus. If one's goal is conscious union with the infinite, meditation is the most succinct model we have for the development of conscious psychic awareness. Meditation has been likened to the art of dying. It is practice in letting go of the physical world, of letting go of identification with the body. It is a way to consciously invite, slowly and naturally, a near-death experience. A person transformed by a near-death experience often finds psychic awareness a natural expression of the sense of oneness with life. It is necessary to let go of old conceptions of oneself and grow spiritually to deal gracefully with developing psychic awareness. Meditation organizes one's spiritual development in a harmonious sequence, thus easing the transition from identifying with a finite body to accepting an infinite awareness. In other words, if you want to become psychic gracefully, allow it to grow out of the practice of meditation. This is the almost universal advice given by spiritual teachers. Meditation and ESP. The scientific evidence. How do we know that ESP is enhanced by meditation? We have laboratory evidence. In a survey of 16 experimental tests, Charles Honnelton, now of the Princeton Psychophysical Laboratory, reported that 9 of these experiments provided positive evidence for the enhancement of ESP by meditation. He calculated that the odds against such consistent results happening by chance are 1 trillion to 16. Pretty good odds in favor of meditation. Let's examine a couple of these studies. The first such scientific experiment was performed by Gertrude Schmeidler of the City College of New York. She initially asked students to try to guess the identity of ESP cards. The ESP results were poor. That test was followed by a brief yoga meditation exercise. When she retested the class with the ESP cards, the students were more than twice as accurate as before and showed a significant ESP effect. A simple experiment showed that even a brief period of meditation improves psychic awareness. In contrast to that simple experiment, one of the most ambitious studies of the effect of meditation on ESP was conducted by Cayce and Edwin Bouquet. of the American Society for Psychical Research. Rather than employ novices who had never meditated, they employed people who were experienced meditators from a variety of disciplines: transcendental meditation, TM, Zen, and so on. In this study, meditators met once a week for 2-hour sessions. These meetings lasted for 6 months, so the study was based on not just 1, but 25 repeated sessions. At each meeting, there was a 30-minute meditation period. Afterward, they completed a questionnaire concerning what happened during the meditation. Then the researchers conducted 2 ESP tests. The first test was rather unusual. Imagine it from the point of view of the subject. You are blindfolded. In front of you is something resembling a chessboard, with 5 rows and 5 columns, totaling 25 squares. The squares are engraved so you can feel them with your fingers. You are told there is one correct square to choose. You are asked to feel your way to the correct square and put your finger there to signal your choice. Meanwhile, a TV camera takes a close-up shot of your hand on the guessing board, which is relayed to the watchful eyes of a person in another room. In front of this person is a similar board with a red checker on the correct square. Although you can't hear or see anything, this person is coaching you, trying to urge you to choose the correct square. The second test was similar to one used in the Maimonides dream telepathy experiments. The difference was that the subject, instead of being asleep and dreaming, was asked to relax and focus on thoughts and images. Meanwhile, in another room, the sender chose a picture at random to transmit telepathically. The subject's impressions were recorded verbatim. Afterward, judges tried to match these impressions against a set of pictures, including the one that the center had been trying to transmit. Subjects demonstrated positive evidence of ESP in both these tests. Among the many qualities of the meditation experience that were measured, degree of relaxation, serenity, concentration, intruding thoughts, the most important to ESP functioning was the factor of openness and transcendence, achieved in the meditation. If the subject indicated that during the meditation there was a feeling of becoming one with the external world, of merging with others, of a feeling of unity with the group, of changes in the way of experiencing things, or of feelings of love, joy, or security, then that subject was most likely to give evidence of ESP on the tests. This result should ring a bell. In Chapter 2, we discuss Lashan's work, which indicated that feelings of oneness were characteristic of the psychic state of mind, and his experiments in training people to achieve that consciousness of oneness with one another, which resulted in psychic interactions. Osis and Bokert's study demonstrates the same connection between the experience of oneness and psychic awareness, and that meditation is clearly a path to that experience. What happens in meditation? Let's look in on a scientist studying meditation. Deep within the laboratory is a quiet, dimly lit room, with a comfortable, well-padded, slightly reclining chair. Some electronic equipment is nearby to monitor the subject in the chair. The scientist instructs the subject for this experimental meditation. Try to sit in a relatively upright position, so that your posture is balanced. That way, your body will not have to expend much energy to hold you up. Now, close your eyes and let yourself relax. Notice that every time your body exhales, it relaxes. Allow your attention to rest its focus on the in and out of the breath. Every time the breath goes out, it is relaxing. Every time the breath comes in, let it be with the thought, 1. Let yourself think the word 1 each time the breath comes in. Make no effort, but simply let your mind think 1 with every incoming breath, like an automatic thought. Your mind will wander. That is natural. Whenever you discover that your mind has wandered, gently return your focus to your breathing, thinking the word 1 with every breath. Just continue doing this now. At the end of the meditation period, I will inform you that it is time to stop. With these simple instructions, the scientist has initiated the subject into what has been called clinically standardized meditation, developed by Patricia Carrington of Princeton University. It is a type of generic meditation based on common elements of the various schools of meditation. It incorporates the focus on the breath, as in Zen meditation, as well as the repetitive mental focus, the word one, or mantra, as used in transcendental meditation. The use of this standardized form of meditation makes it easier for scientists to coordinate their research efforts. Now let's go into the monitoring room and watch what the scientist observes of the subject's meditation. Wires leading from the monitors attached to the body of the subject culminate in various dials and gauges in the observation room. A computer keeps track of all the readings. There are many signs that the subject is becoming relaxed. The heart rate is slowing down and the blood pressure is dropping a bit. The breathing has slowed to a regular tempo. Analysis of the subject's blood shows changes in body chemistry, indicating that the rate of metabolism is dropping. And the brainwave report is beginning to show the presence of the alpha rhythm, a smooth wave of about 10 cycles a second. It comes and goes, alternating with the more typical beta wave, a tight, muddled, and irregular wave associated with normal waking thought. Gradually, the alpha wave is becoming the predominant pattern. First on one side of the brain and now on both. The alpha report from the two sides of the brain then begins to show signs of synchronization as both waves move up and down together in slow and steady harmony. We are witnessing the typical pattern of physiological changes during meditation. The picture is one of quieting down, slowing down, and simplification. It is as if we put sand in a glass of water, stirred it up, and allowed it gradually to settle and clarify. What else might be happening? Let's listen while the scientist asks the subject what it was like to meditate. What happened on the inside? The subject: "It was very relaxing," replies the subject. "Was I really meditating for 20 minutes? I thought that only a few minutes had passed. It was strange at first. I was overly aware of my breathing, and my heart seemed like it was beating very loud. I could feel my pulse through my whole body. At first it was easy to focus on my breathing, but soon my mind began to get pretty active. I would catch it and go back to my breathing. But I had to do it over and over again. I don't think my mind ever stopped, but after a while it just seemed different. Like the thoughts were somewhere else, I guess, because it seemed that I just paid them no attention. It was so restful being with my breathing. It almost seemed as if the breathing itself said one because it was so automatic. It was like I was hearing the word one, not actually thinking it myself. The words seemed to change too, sometimes soft, then loud, close by, far away, very big, then very small. And sometimes it seemed like it was other words, like one or un. Then, all of a sudden, you signaled me, and I realized that I was doing meditation. I guess I forgot where I was." The subject mentioned that after a while, the focus word one began to change. Psychologists who have studied meditation have noted that meditation has a dramatic effect on attention and perception. The subject is removed from most outside stimulation, as in sensory deprivation. The inner focus is repetitive, predictable. Let's face it, it's boring. The conscious mind is used to having different things to attend to, and when it has to focus on the same thing over and over again, it begins to invent changes in the way it experiences it. Notice also that the subject said that the thoughts never stopped, but after a while they were simply ignored. They no longer evoked a reaction. After a while, the mind no longer responds. It just sits there. Remember the exercise in Chapter 2 where you focused on a word or image and didn't let it change? Remember how your mind wandered? How the image changed? Then you noticed a background awareness that was simply a witness. Perhaps from that experience, you can appreciate something of what happens in consciousness during meditation. Our mind's natural tendency to have something entertaining to attend to becomes frustrated during meditation. The repetitiveness of the meditative procedure weans the mind from its addiction to sensation. It goes through withdrawal and then, gradually and subtly, becomes unresponsive. More accurately, awareness becomes separated from its attachment to what is in awareness. In meditation, as in sleep, the conscious mind is retired or set aside as it is deprived of its needed sensations. If the meditator doesn't fall asleep, then awareness becomes purified, naked and visible to itself as a presence all its own. This quality of presence can be everywhere and anywhere all at once. Here is the beginning of the meditative experience of oneness that will awaken psychic awareness. The imagination of the meditator. Object-like events can and do. What else happens in meditation? To find out, we would have to ask the masters, for science has not ventured too much farther than what has just been described. Cayce maintains that what else happens depends upon the purpose one brings to meditation. Research would agree with Cayce that what happens in meditation is not totally determined by technique, but also by intention and expectation. Masters of various traditions bring purposes that are couched within the language of that tradition. That tradition shapes the imagination of the meditator. As explained in Chapter 3, the imagination is the patterning aspect of the mind. The image of meditation determines the vibrational pattern governing the meditation. Some traditions emphasize the developing freedom in consciousness. As attention is freed from attachment to sensation, attention can turn in on itself. Consciousness is freed from the body and leaves the body behind in its exploration of higher levels of spiritual consciousness. By realizing freedom from the body of sensory experience, we transcend death, for life is no longer equated with attachment to a body. Patanjali's yoga psychology is a good example of this approach. Other traditions emphasize the spiritualization of the body itself. As we achieve higher states of consciousness, these elevated vibrations have an effect upon the body. As a chunk of coal is transformed into a diamond by intense and prolonged pressure, a human body is transformed into a radiating crystal. As each cell in the body attains cosmic awareness, a new being is brought into existence. Wilhelm's translation of The Secret of the Golden Flower is a good example of this approach, and is similar to what Cayce envisions happening in meditation. Ying, the more profound levels of meditation are a function of the meditator's spiritual imagination, the religious or spiritual tradition he or she brings to the meditation. The role of imagination in meditation was an important theme for Cayce. Not imagination in the sense of making things up, but as the creative, pattern-making dimension of the mind. How we imagine meditation affects the experience. I once heard Cayce's thinking on this topic expressed this way: if you think meditation is a matter of making the mind blank, then that's just what you'll get, a blank mind, nothing. Meditation is a journey. If you have no particular destination in mind, then that is probably where you will go, if you're lucky. A clairvoyant vision of meditation. It is important to realize that in meditation, it is not the mind of the meditator that controls the action. In meditation, we open ourselves up to influence. If we didn't, it wouldn't be meditation. Meditation is a surrender to a higher power. What kind of higher power might we be surrendering to? Cayce would have us choose the source of influence we are seeking. There is also a psychokinetic effect in meditation, mind over matter. Cayce saw that during meditation, psychic forces stimulate the body's endocrine system and the associated psychic centers. The source and pattern of this stimulation is important. We can readily imagine, especially after Whitley Strieber's book Communion, the possibility that extraterrestrial beings operate out of invisible planes of existence. Through telepathic contact, they enter our consciousness. They want to experience consciousness in human bodies. More significantly, through the powers of their mind, with psychokinetic ability, these beings operate on our bodies. They are trying, unbeknown to us, to make functional changes in our bodies so that they can inhabit them, fusing with us to make a new, synthesized being. Cayce never suggested that aliens from UFOs would try to enter through the chakras opened during meditation, but he did describe instances in which entities of deceased persons tried to enter the meditator, taking advantage of the person's psychological openness and the vulnerability of the psychic centers. In Meditation, A Step Beyond with Edgar Cayce, M.E. Penny Baker described a case of a man who began to meditate without regard for the spiritual aspects. He used techniques to open the centers and found himself subject to influence by disincarnates. Gradually, one entity was able to take complete possession of his mind and body. When these psychic centers are opened in an unbalanced manner, psychic disturbances can occur. We'll learn more about the problem of these disturbances, called Kundalini crisis, in a later chapter. Used correctly, meditation can open the psychic centers in a useful manner to achieve a positive transformation of the body. Eastern traditions structure meditation to ensure that it progresses smoothly and constructively. Cayce's son, Hugh Lynn Cayce, and psychologist Herbert B. Puryear, both experienced meditators and students of Cayce's teachings on meditation, found the Chinese text The Secret of the Golden Flower to be one of the best Eastern sources on the meditation phenomena Cayce described with his clairvoyant vision. Surprisingly, there is also a Western tradition that is a potential guide to the constructive opening of these psychic centers, the Biblical Book of Revelation. Cayce interpreted it as a promise or a prophecy of what will happen to any meditator. The end result is a transfiguration of the body and of the person of the meditator. The person becomes God-realized in that the body and mind of the meditator are changed so that God consciousness can inhabit the person. Cayce stressed, however, that the person's own will is important in determining what happens during meditation. In order for the God consciousness to take charge of meditation rather than some other source, the meditator needs to be willing for that to be the case. The imagination of the meditator, in its creative patterning of the psychic energies, is crucial. Imagery in meditation. Imagery enters meditation either implicitly, because of the meditator's background tradition, assumptions, or expectations, or explicitly, because of specific imagery techniques used in the meditation. Meditation is a psychic process in which energy, the spiritual or soul forces, affect the functioning of the body. The mind's use of imagery shapes how that energy will affect the body. The creative aspect of mind, patterning the vibrations, determines the results. In meditation, as attention is focused away from the senses and back onto the mind itself, the meditator is raising the level of vibrations. This means that the meditator is attuned less to the sensory level of vibration and more to the mental level, which is a step closer to the spiritual level of vibration. Letting go of the physical gives the mental and spiritual levels relatively more influence in what happens. The imaginative aspect of the meditator's mind then has a powerful influence on how the spiritual energy manifests in the physical. In Meditation and the Mind of Man, Herbert Puryear and Mark Thurston explain this process by way of an analogy. Consider the phenomenon of a photographic slide projected on a screen. First, the light bulb in the projector provides the energy. This is analogous to the spiritual force. The slide in the projector patterns the energy. This is analogous to the imaginative mind. The projected image on the screen is the result. This is analogous to the manifestation at the physical level. Our normal waking state can be compared to sitting in the theater with all the lights on. The picture being projected on the screen appears only faintly. Since we can see clearly inside the theater, our surroundings affect us almost as much, if not more so, than what is showing on the screen. But when the theater lights go out, the image projected on the screen captivates our attention. And so, in meditation, when the senses have been stilled, the spiritual forces will have a greater psychokinetic impact on the body, and the nature of this impact will be governed by the image chosen by the meditator. Imagery can affect the body, as we shall see later, and such imagery, meditations, have powerful effects. Some meditation techniques involve using certain images, in conjunction with breathing exercises, to open specific psychic centers. Opening a single psychic center can lead to bizarre psychic phenomena. Psychic energy floods that center, with corresponding effects upon the associated gland. The gland becomes overactive and begins to affect the rest of the endocrine system, which tries to adjust to the trauma. Meditation on a particular center doesn't necessarily lead to becoming psychic, but in having psychic phenomena come to you. Eastern traditions have exercises involving visualization, chanting, and breathing patterns for opening individual centers. Such meditations can be useful, particularly in conjunction with a trained practitioner of such methods, for operating on areas of difficulty in a person's life. Cayce indicated that karmic memories are stored in the individual centers. Opening the centers on an individual basis would release the energy of these memories so that their effect upon a person would become pronounced. That is why Kundalini crises sometimes involve strange flashback experiences, intense emotions, and powerful physical effects. In the hands of expert guides, such experiences can become transformative events. Cayce, however, consistently shied away from methods of growth that required a person to consult with an expert, and suggested instead methods that allowed people to come into their spiritual inheritance from within themselves. Eastern traditions also point to the hazards of the single chakra approach and emphasize that for purposes of spiritual development, it is better to open the chakras as an entire system under the influence of the higher centers. For a holistic approach to spiritual growth, which is the context universally recommended for the development of psychic awareness, Cayce recommends that care be taken in the choice of imagery that is employed during meditation. He too advocates a pattern of awakening the entire system that is based upon the natural integrating effects of the higher centers. As we shall see later, Cayce believed that the Lord's Prayer was a formula for such a higher order integration. Cayce recommended the use of an affirmation during meditation, a phrase or prayer based upon the ideal that the person wanted to govern the meditation. An ideal refers to a valued pattern that is used as a standard. The meditator should choose an affirmation that expresses the pattern corresponding to the meditator's highest value. It could be something as simple as the word love. It could be a saying or a prayer. Cayce gave several of his own besides the Lord's Prayer. He suggested that to begin meditation, the person repeat the affirmation until it was well established in mind, and then simply hold the feeling of the affirmation in mind as the focus, allowing the vibration of the feeling to resonate in the body. In suggesting that the meditator feel the idea as a vibration in the body, Cayce was referring to that process whereby the vibratory influence of a pattern in the mind has physical consequences. It is a process of tuning oneself to the vibrations of the idea. The imagination of the meditator, in the sense of the creative dimension of the mind, gives meaning, pattern, and purpose to the influx of the psychic forces acting upon the body during meditation. The effect, Cayce claimed, went right down to what he called the rotary forces of the atoms of the body. Living meditation. Energy circulates through the body during meditation. This energy effect, however, should not be restricted to within the meditator's body. It also needs to be allowed to circulate outwardly into the meditator's life. Sitting in silence is really only one half of the meditation process. The other half is living meditatively. Meditation is practice in a simplified mental environment for a way of living. Two major components of this way of living are the consciousness of oneness and detached concern, or being in the world, but not of it. Both of these attributes are developed in meditation and need to be expressed during the day to complete the meditation cycle. The ESP study showed how feelings of oneness arise during the practice of meditation. Other studies have shown that the practice of meditation increases people's empathy for others. Empathy is a way of being one with another person. It has also been shown to be a basis for cooperation and altruistic behavior. Thus, the feelings of oneness developed in the meditative state can carry over to waking life. If you are willing to develop this frame of mind toward life, meditation can help you. When we become one with life, feeling intimate with all that we encounter, there can arise a fear of needing to protect everything just the way we want to protect our individual, separate selves. That can feel like a burden. Accepting responsibility for others, as if they are a part of ourselves, yet not feeling the need to rescue them, is the attitude of detached concern. It combines caring with letting go. When we sit in meditation, our cares are expressed in the thoughts we think, yet we let them go. Meditation builds the capacity for detached concern. Many psychics report childhood instances of traumatic experiences. A part of themselves became locked off in a safe, protected inner world. That inner child became the basis of psychic awareness and, when conscious, feels no boundaries with other people. Yet, wanting to make everything right, that child psychic is burdened with other people's feelings. The danger of having or developing psychic ability without the attitude of detached concern underlines the importance of meditation in making the transformation to psychic awareness a graceful development. Accepting meditation. Don't be intimidated by Cayce's description of an ideal pattern of meditation. Just begin to meditate. The description of meditation given to our imaginary subject is a perfectly adequate set of instructions to get you started. The word one can serve as the ideal because it can give you the feeling of being one with the universe as it breathes through you. Such an approach will be quite in keeping with the most universal aspects of the spiritual imagination. Don't worry about doing it right, just do it. Whatever you think about while meditating, including wondering if you are meditating the way you are supposed to, is fine. Let it go, and resume resting your attention on your breath. Deep within us, the knowledge of meditation exists. The major stumbling block to remembering how to meditate is to bring a need for perfection to the meditation practice. I have seen too many people sit in meditation with a wrinkled brow as they try so conscientiously to do it right. It is understandable, for our culture has trained us to approach almost everything with an achievement motivation. Yet wanting to be a good meditator, or to achieve the experiences associated with advanced meditation, is a subtle form of resistance against the essential experience of meditation. Meditation is essentially an activity of being, not one of doing. That's hard for us to accept. Approach the meditation experience as one of surrender or letting go. Rest your attention on your breath and let your higher power, however you imagine that, unitive being, meditate you. Remember, the most important things that happen in meditation are not the things that you do, but that are done to you through the psychic activity of the higher power. Accept meditation as a gift of creation. Behind all the descriptions that Cayce and others have given of the incredible events that await you in meditation, the bottom line is that it is a gift of creation. Accept the gift, and more will be given. Much more. 7. Hypnosis, the hyperspace of psychic awareness. It is undeniable. Hypnosis is only the revelation of the subconscious. It's fascinating being the two tell me about your voice. What are you saying? Some limits of imagination and the unknown world. Gregory, age 16, under hypnosis. Everybody close your eyes, get into a meditative state and watch me. These seemingly contradictory instructions were given to a group of us in a demonstration of telepathic hypnosis by Dr. Carlos Trevino, a parapsychologist and hypnosis researcher in Mexico City. He had asked our group if we had ever witnessed a person going out of their body. No one had, so he agreed to demonstrate. As we all sat in a circle, Dr. Trevino said that he would go out of his body. We could try to watch with our eyes open if we liked, but he said that we would see more if we tried to watch telepathically, by closing our eyes and observing visual imagery. After a few minutes, Dr. Trevino asked us to open our eyes and to report our experiences. Many of us had seen nothing. 2 people, however, said that they had the impression that Dr. Trevino had gotten up out of his chair and moved across the room to the other side of the group. At their report, he got up from his chair, moved out into the center of the group, and asked, "Where did I go?" The two observers directed Dr. Trevino over in my direction. "Over here," he asked. "Anything else?" One of the observers, my wife, indicated that she had the impression that Dr. Trevino had leaned over me. He knelt beside me, put his hand on my arm, and asked me, "Did you experience anything?" I assured him that I had not. "Do you feel anything now?" he asked. I said I didn't, but he repeated the question. I was somewhat puzzled. He looked down at my arm, and my gaze followed his. Again he asked, "Do you feel anything now?" "Where is that?" he asked. "Do you feel anything now? Where is that?" People in the group started laughing. I was still puzzled. What was I supposed to be feeling? He looked at my arm and asked me again, "Do you feel anything now?" Suddenly, it dawned on me. He was pinching my arm, but I wasn't feeling anything. From the look of the pinched up skin, it was clear that he was pinching me quite hard. He snapped his fingers and I let out a big "ouch." I could feel it now. And I came to. He explained to us that when he got out of his body, he traveled over to me, hypnotized me, and gave me the suggestion that I would not feel anything in my arm. The snap of the finger was the signal to remove the hypnotic suggestion. He described this phenomenon as an example of telepathic hypnosis, or the induction of hypnosis at a distance. However I was to understand his explanation, what I still recall is the realization that I had been hypnotized outside of my awareness. In subsequent experiences with traditional hypnosis, using a trance induction, I discovered that I am not exceptionally hypnotizable and am quite sensitive to pain. Dr. Trevino's success at creating analgesia in me is a testimonial to his induction skills, telepathic or otherwise. Welcome to the psychic hypnosis and psychic phenomena. Hypnotic induction through telepathy is a little-known phenomenon now. In the late 1800s, however, it was a subject of much discussion, especially in France, where it was called lucid sleep. It was considered sleep because the normal personality vanished and later had no memory for what transpired. It was called lucid because the hypnotized person was capable of talking, walking about, and engaging in normal behaviors. Yet this lucid sleep had some other strange characteristics, which ultimately led to the discovery of the subconscious and superconscious mind. Most important was the discovery that subconscious minds seemed to be in telepathic contact with one another. Hypnotic suggestions do not need to be delivered verbally to the person in lucid sleep. One of the early French investigators, Puységur, demonstrated this by thinking of the lyrics of a song. The person in trance would simultaneously sing them. In his demonstrations, he could help one of the observers get en rapport with the hypnotized subject, and then this observer could get the subject to perform actions simply by visualizing the desired action. Later researchers discovered similar phenomena, dubbed the community of sensation. Two people were placed en rapport by having one hypnotize the other. When a substance such as an orange peel was placed in the mouth of the hypnotized subject experienced the taste. When the hypnotizer was pinched, the hypnotized subject cried, "Ouch!" Other French researchers discovered that the entire hypnotic procedure could be accomplished through telepathic rapport. A notable case was that of Madame Léonie, who was the subject of much investigation. Dr. Pierre Janet, the noted hypnosis researcher, would mentally send a suggestion to Léonie that she fall into trance and perform some act. Observers dispatched to her house peered into the windows and watched. She was seen to fall asleep while in the sitting room. In one case, she suddenly got dressed and emerged from the house and went over to Dr. Janet's house, but with no understanding of what she was doing there at that time of night. Lucid sleep also evidenced clairvoyant ability. In early research, the hypnotized subject could be blindfolded and yet read words and perform other such seeing tasks. Soon this eyeless vision was found to function over great distances. Hypnotized subjects could find lost objects and describe events occurring at remote locations. Some of these subjects became employed to perform these tasks, including locating lost children. This ability was termed traveling clairvoyance. There seemed to be no limits to this supersensory power. It became commonplace to assume that a good hypnotized subject could read an object belonging to a patient and perform a medical diagnosis, prescribe a treatment, and in some cases, telepathically heal the person of the malady. There were doctors who used the assistance of clairvoyant subjects to aid in the diagnosis of their patients. In this golden age of hypnosis, Cayce's psychic abilities in trance would have seemed almost normal. Sleeping prophets. During the 1800s, the psychic phenomena associated with hypnotic trance were primarily experimental oddities studied by hypnotists. People who evidenced psychic abilities were the subject of the hypnotists. At the turn of the century, however, with the advent of spiritualism, the psychic functioning of hypnotic subjects escaped from the control of hypnotists, and psychics became free agents, providing services and influencing the development of spiritual thought. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, was one of these. As a child, Edgar Cayce had already shown signs of psychic ability. He did not do well in school and preferred the company of his own inner experiences in the countryside. The most told tale concerns how, as the result of a vision, he discovered that he could sleep on a book and awaken with a photographic memory of its contents. At age 23, he developed a strange malady that caused him to lose his voice. After repeated treatments by several doctors, he was pronounced incurable. One day, a traveling hypnotist asked if he could attempt a cure. Under hypnosis, Cayce's voice became normal, but once out of the trance, his hoarseness returned. Another hypnotist who worked on Cayce had the same results. He was about to give up when Cayce, while in trance, indicated that he wanted to conduct his own hypnotic session. A third hypnotist hypnotized Cayce and gave him the suggestion that he could see his own body clearly and would describe the problem in his throat. In response to that suggestion, Cayce uttered what would become his trademark opening line for a reading. "Yes, we have the body." Cayce went on to describe the problem and prescribe a remedy, which was to use suggestions in trance to bring extra blood to the throat area. The treatment proved to have only short-term effect. Another trance session was required to provide relief for a few more days. Because these trance sessions were necessary to keep his throat healthy, Cayce began to give readings for other people. When his hypnotist put him into a trance, he asked Cayce for advice about individual patients. Cayce replied knowledgeably and thus became a trance diagnostician before he realized what he was doing. He was apprehensive when he learned what he had done, but was persuaded by the helpful results for other people. Cayce's story illustrates a pattern common to psychic healers. He had an illness. 2. He was guided into a method of self-cure. 3. He discovered that his method also worked to help others. And 4. In order to maintain his own health, he used his discovery for the benefit of others. Anthropologists have noted this same pattern in their study of traditional cultures and shamanism. The popular biography Black Elk Speaks, the story of a Native American shaman, is probably most responsible for sparking the current growing interest in shamanism. A very important chapter in the story of Black Elk concerns his youthful healing, which was guided by spirits while Black Elk was in an altered state of consciousness. As an adult, Black Elk again fell victim to his illness. The spirits informed him that he was sick because he did not act out his original vision and offer his own healing as a benefit to others. Only by practicing his self-discovered method of healing was Black Elk able to stay healthy. As a rule, shamanism involves an initiatory illness and a self-cure, physician heal thyself, followed by the development of a healing practice. A shaman usually enters an altered state of consciousness in which he can see the patient's illness within its spiritual context. Years before Cayce, there was another sleeping prophet who also fits the shamanistic pattern. The book X plus Y equals Z, or The Sleeping Preacher, written in 1876 by Walter Franklin Prince, tells the story of the phenomenal life of Reverend Constantine Blackman Sanders, who was born in Alabama in 1831. Sanders, orphaned at 6, had little schooling and could hardly write at the time he entered the ministry. Sanders suffered from nervous spasms with headaches and convulsions. When they ended, he would have no recollection of what had transpired. Yet, once the convulsions had settled down, he seemed alert in a new way. conscious even of things far away. In this state, he, or the entity that identified itself through him as X plus Y equals Z, was a great finder of lost money. He seemed to know when people had died, could describe faraway scenes, wrote in Latin and Greek, performed clairvoyant diagnoses, and made prescriptions. Sanders was embarrassed by his seizures and afraid, as Cayce was for some time, that the things he did would tarnish his Christian faith. In 1876, 22 years after this phenomenon started, the X plus Y equals Z entity announced that it would be taking leave of the casket, the term it used to refer to Sanders, and the appearances stopped, much to the casket's relief. Cayce had not known about Sanders, who preceded him by a half-century, but he was introduced to still another sleeping prophet, Andrew Jackson Davis. Cayce's biographer Thomas Segru noted that Davis's story paralleled Cayce so closely that it gave Cayce the creeps. Andrew Jackson Davis was born in 1826 in Poughkeepsie, New York. In his youthful autobiography, The Magic Staff, the so-called seer of Poughkeepsie described his own development in a time that saw the development of Mormonism, Shakerism, and spiritualism. He was a feeble youth in body and mind, but evidenced psychic abilities, hearing voices and seeing visions of the recently dead. His clairvoyant powers were evoked by a traveling hypnotist and then developed by a local practitioner. In contrast to Cayce, he was not shy about his abilities and eagerly demonstrated them to the public. In the hypnotic state, he could read and see things with his eyes bandaged. He performed medical diagnoses, earning a doctor's degree and license at the age of 60. Yet at the age of 19, he had already begun transdictations of spiritual treatises, known collectively as the harmonial philosophy. He looked at his work as an extension of the late Emanuel Swedenborg, with whom he believed he was in divine contact. Davis made prophecies too. Arthur Conan Doyle, in The History of Spiritualism, said the best known were his predictions of the internal combustion engine and its use in horseless carriages, and flying machines, the typewriter, and that spiritualism would yield a new religion. Beating the Cayce experiment. Eileen Garrett's clairvoyant gift was discovered when she was inadvertently taken into trance when attending her first séance. She then explicitly developed her ability through hypnotic training. Al Miner, a psychic in Florida who channels the source Lama Singh, discovered his psychic ability as the result of a visit to a hypnotist. When he came out of his hypnotic trance, he had no memory of the experience, but the hypnotist and Al's friends in attendance were stunned. Al had an out-of-body experience and described the troubles of a woman he didn't know who was a friend of another man who was present. A phone call verified the clairvoyant information. Hypnosis continues to produce sleeping prophets. These have been largely accidental discoveries, but recent research has suggested that hypnosis can, under the proper circumstances, intentionally produce clairvoyant psychics. In The Journey Within, Henry Boljuk, a hypnosis researcher and past life therapist in Independence, Virginia, tells of his work in what he calls repeating the Cayce experiment. A critical ingredient in these experiments was Cayce's own description of what he experienced in his trance. I see myself as a tiny dot out of my physical body which lies inert before me. I find myself oppressed by darkness and there is a feeling of terrific loneliness. Suddenly, I am conscious of a white beam of light. As this tiny dot, I move upward, following the light, knowing that I must follow it or be lost. As I move along this path of light, I gradually become conscious of various levels upon which there is movement. Upon the first levels, there are vague, horrible shapes, grotesque forms, such as one sees in nightmares. Passing on, there begins to appear on either side misshapen forms of human beings, with some part of the body magnified. Again, there is change, and I become conscious of grey-hooded forms moving downward. Gradually, these become lighter in color. Then the direction changes, and these forms move upward, and the color of the robes grows rapidly lighter. Next, there begins to appear on either side vague outlines of houses, walls, trees, etc., but everything is motionless. As I pass on, there is more light and movement in what appear to be normal cities and towns. With the growth of movement, I become conscious of sounds, at first indistinct rumblings, then music, laughter, and singing of birds. There is more and more light, the colors become very beautiful, and there is the sound of wonderful music. The houses are left behind, ahead there is only a blending of sound and color. Quite suddenly, I come upon a hall of records. It is a hall without walls, without ceiling, but I am conscious of seeing an old man who hands me a large book, a record of the individual for whom I seek information. On other occasions, Cayce felt himself to be a bubble traveling through water to arrive at the place where he always got the information, according to records in the ARE library. In another instance, he went up and up through a very large column, passing by all the horrible things without coming in contact personally with them, and came out where there was the House of Records. It, the column, wound around on a wheel, like the Rotarians have. He felt very secure traveling that way. Bolduc asked, can Cayce's description of what he experienced while undergoing his shift to a clairvoyant state of consciousness be used as a guide to induce that psychic state? Bolduc's idea is an application of the principle of correspondence, and thus is founded on the logic of psychic consciousness. Here's what he did. Be sure. He began with Daniel Clay Pugh, a lay minister and auto mechanic, whom Bolduc had previously trained in conducting hypnosis sessions as well as in self-hypnosis. Cayce's description of his trance became the script for the suggestions given to Daniel. After Daniel was hypnotized, Bolduc suggested, "You will see yourself as a tiny dot out of your physical body, which lies inert before you." That was an easy suggestion for Daniel to follow. At the next suggestion, "You find yourself oppressed by darkness, and there is a feeling of terrific loneliness." Daniel's face drooped in sadness. Daniel proved responsive to each of the remaining suggestions. At the end of the sequence, he was given the name of someone and asked to say a few things about the person. His responses were encouraging. Each time they repeated the experiment, Daniel's body seemed more adjusted to the sequence. He expressed less physical torment during the passage by the grotesque figures, and the clairvoyant information was clearer and more accurate. As a result, Daniel began to channel what appeared to be a universal consciousness called the Eternal Ones. Bolduc reports that Daniel has since begun channeling readings for others and has built a reputation for accurate and inspiring work. Bolduc's book describes a second experiment with a woman named Eileen Rota, who ultimately channeled a source called Pretty Flower. The account of the process by which Pretty Flower worked with Eileen to gain a fuller entry into consciousness is fascinating. Early in the work, Eileen, while in trance, indicated to Bolduc that Cayce's imagery should be replaced with imagery derived from her own inner self, rising up a flame. When Bolduc shifted to this image, the work accelerated. That parallels Cayce's development. When he, rather than the hypnotist, was allowed to design the suggestions, progress was finally made. A word of caution is in order based on another of Bolduc's experiments. A woman wanted to learn how to become a channel. Bolduc asked her to work with the preliminaries first, to master self-hypnosis and to use it for general self-improvement before attempting to become a trance channel. She was impatient, however, and got her husband to serve as the conductor. She began using the Cayce imagery to contact a level of universal awareness. She showed signs of moderate success, but began to suffer from a skin irritation that eventually forced her to give up the experiments. Apparently, opening herself up to channeling touched off unresolved problems within her own being. The case is instructive and can serve as a warning against jumping headfirst into such experiments. Bolduc's work minimizes the common notion that fate or divine selection is required for the development of clairvoyant ability. By showing that it is possible to follow a sequence of hypnotic imagery and produce trance clairvoyance in some individuals, he has broadened the pattern of psychic awareness from that of awakening as sleeping prophet to one of intentional personal development. Here's hypnosis in rapport and telepathy. Laboratory research has confirmed that hypnosis improves ESP. Hypnotized subjects are more accurate than normally conscious subjects at guessing ESP cards and are much better at identifying the contents of pictures in sealed envelopes. Two unusual experiments involving telepathy and hypnosis have special potential for the development of psychic ability. One experiment showed how two hypnotized subjects can spontaneously become en rapport with one another and thereby demonstrate a telepathy effect. Alan Rechtschaffen of the University of Chicago asked one hypnotized subject to dream about a specific